As we are once again live upon the internet. At a weird time though. Way earlier than normal. And with the game down, which also not my preferred state. But seeing as the game is down, we're gonna spend some time doing some of the things that I should also do and get done. So we'll get those in. And yeah, keep busy. And hopefully the servers will be less than 5 hours. They've quite often been less than 5. Because it started, yeah, 9:30, right? Yeah. So hopefully that is the case. And then if that is the case, then we'll jump in early. Otherwise, I can go to like 3-ish or so, 4-ish. So hopefully they're up before that. I actually have 4-ish more. So. And if nothing else, we can just work on things we can work on, basically. Because if nothing else, we can really work on the build collection. Let's actually make sure this goes over here. Can't really work on the build collection without the game. But we could work on the DPS tables. And we can work on the modifier. Do I still have that here somewhere? Yes. No, that's build collection. We can work on the modifier spreadsheet also, if we run out of things to do. So yeah, we'll get busy. But let's keep busy first by doing some different type of shooting. Or well, at least the aftermath of other shooting. Oh, yeah, I need this to be trying out something I haven't done before. Wait, what happens if I just go landscape here? Not that much better. That is actually. Can I slot this in here? That would be nice. Yes. And I have nowadays I can put, which I always could, but I'm just putting the combined chat nowadays the same that comes up on the screen, basically. At least for now on my phone. I might just buy a tablet for that and just have a dedicated tablet somewhere. Because quite often, especially when editing and stuff, or doing build collection work, I don't have OBS up even, so sometimes lack the awareness to have chat there. So yeah, this was actually a while back. This is actually almost a month ago. Yeah, well, 20 days ago. Or even more. November's 30 days, right? Yeah. But yeah, with the hecticness and everything, I just didn't. Oh yeah, I remember this part. Let's actually just delete all these. They don't need to be here. My camera kind of got sticky. I think I just some beer or something on my finger, and I kind of went into the shutter button and pressed the shutter and just didn't come back up again until I kind of it gets sticky. So yeah, it did all that. I remember that. But then yeah, just a wet washcloth later, it went back to normal. But yeah, this is 3 bands, so this is a kind of we shot a lot. Also on this one, why did I shoot 400 here? Partially because yeah, it wasn't my lighting and it was a lot of strobing, so it kind of goes all over the place. So we kind of overshot, but a lot of it isn't workable anyway, so it'll be likely easy enough to make a selection. But yeah, I want to get caught up on this, so let's just get started. I'm dilly-dallying. I'm dallying the dillies. En nederlander. En indeed, morgen. Goedemorgen. Yeah. What's the maintenance for? It's to get the pixies out of the servers. Pixies have taken over the servers. We have declared war. um, all pixies must die. The stated goal is server maintenance for stability stuff. So likely, I did see some people, especially on consoles, like having some of those like deltas where just everybody kind of just kind of desyncs and then the whole thing. I didn't run into that on PC. I don't know if other people on PC did. So I'm guessing it's for that. I wouldn't also be too surprised if maybe they have it as for the sharing on the caches and how that can be done now. Because I think they want to uh, crack down on that. Because as you know, helpful we are to each other, people were abusing that and have been abusing that for a while. Yeah, this was kind of also. This is also not my lighting, so that's why I kind of overshot. But yeah, we'll try to find. We'll try to find workable parts. Although the lighting did fit the show, but yeah, metal. Not the common music we do actually on our venue. This is from an organization, or well, actually a venue that is in my city. But they're renovating. Their whole venue is being renovated. So while they're being renovated, they're doing shows across the city, basically with other organizations, and we're one of those. See if we have one with like a little bit of emotion, but I think actually this guy is just gonna be stone faced the whole time, right? Don't hate that one either. Lightly that one. We'll overpick now and then decide later which ones we keep because. It's not many hands actually. I'll pick that one as well and not figure that later. And I definitely overshot on some of these, but also Span did have one good pun in there, which was with this song as well, where they went like, "We have some bad news. There is no tomorrow," which is the song's name. Let's see if we can have something where the focus kind of worked. Don't hate that, but it just doesn't work as a composition. That works. Works enough at least. Man, if this was in focus. Otherwise, it's not that it isn't in focus, it's motion because 1/80th, yeah. 1/80th of a second at like 200, so. Oh yeah, let me catch up actually. Man, I didn't know. Yeah. Don't know what to do with them. I mean, 3 regulars isn't bad if you, especially if you use multiple character. Since this thing over okay, just go down. That's 6. You finish will be seen exposed anyway. No, I mean, with the amount of keys that we can farm and 8%, this was going to be the outcome. I'm assuming they know they did, they did some testing there. You would think. But I feel as well that they are just, yeah, they're kind of okay with it now. They're like, you know, this is their way of actually, you know, instead of putting it in the loot pools, because that could be seen as, at least here, they're still time limited. Don't have this guy separate anywhere else. So let's just find whatever best shot we can have of him, because he's also always in the back, so it's kind of... So in the end, we took one of these ones. Oh, that one. Ah, you know what? That's the hero shot anyway. Let's do it like that. That's at least like not completely just standing still. Because it's always funny in metal, there's a lot of bands that are just like can't show emotion. Which is just, except rage or something, or anger. Plenty before this, yeah. Same for me as well. Why? But then that's the thing, of course. Like we're in a privileged position where we had them already anyway. If nothing else, you know, they can turn into an exotic component. So, like, at worst, that's not a horrible thing. And he did this, and he did me. And I have some stuff to snack on, which is we had a bunch of... There was a corporate thing, and they had apparently a bunch of just store-bought tiramisu parts and stuff, but they had way too much over. So this morning when I went in to like say hi and stuff and check up, they were like, "Hey, you want some extra tiramisu?" And I did not say no, so so now I have like 3 tiramisus in the fridge. And I thought, you know what, I'll snack on one while we're editing. Seems like a good snack. That's a massive exotics. Like to catch the show 100 before they went to. So, no, it doesn't have the master stuff in there. That's also why you're getting these things a little bit more consistently. It's only, I think, all of those stuff is, yeah, it's not in it at all. It's just Eagle Bearer, Regulus, and Ouroboros. So also, yeah, no Ravenous or Bighorn. So, but that's also one of the things. Like in the past stretch goals in that same pool was also stuff like, because I got a Provocator, for instance, last season, which could have been something much more useful, at least because we were sharing and stuff as well. So that could have been. I'll just overpick and then later decide which one we keep. Let's first just make sure everything's kind of in focus. That's kind of... And this was definitely lit in this way as well, where the band is mostly in darkness and the lead is just lit up. A little bit too much as well. And I definitely overshot here, but it's also, yeah, I'm trying to like find the moment with the sticks. Although I think likely the vertical shots are the ones we're gonna go with. And it's just strobing lights and stuff, so those are a little over. Kind of like the expression there. This one black and white could be made to work, I think. Kind of like the extension on the guitar. Just sticking it out there. Truly making it phallic. Oh yeah, let me get you eventually. So long for maintenance, 5 hours estimation. But some of these maintenances sometimes have been shorter, but yeah. That's also kind of what I'm hoping for, is maybe at 1-ish or something. Because yeah, it should go till basically another 3.5 hours, 3 hours 40 minutes basically. If it's the scheduled time. But hopefully they do it quicker. Oh yeah, that's likely. As you haven't seen that one, I'm just gonna go with that one. I don't hate this as a composition. It doesn't work, but let's pick it anyway. if this wasn't here, it might be workable. This is also way too cluttered. Like, I shouldn't even have taken those shots. Is there anywhere where it looks like you're doing something? Let's go with that one. That's salvageable. The hands aren't I could work black and white. Let's catch up again. Come on, at 5. Yeah, time zones. Yeah, let's say yeah. What did I just say? So 11. If we go from 11, so 2:30. So 3 hours 40 minutes ish. Estimated time. And yeah, it could be before, it could be after. With these ones where they aren't like putting out fully patches and stuff, sometimes they've been quicker, but sometimes also shit breaks and takes longer. So it could be under, it could be over. In the past it was usually just over, but nowadays, because sometimes as well with some of those maintenances, they've gone just 3 hours, and then whenever they were ready, they would just put the servers up. And it's been before the thing, but yeah. Hashtag not a dev, hashtag not my problem. Hashtag I'm just sitting here waiting till it's ready. Yeah, let me see. What's the issue? Yeah. How dare I? Breaking terms of food, tough. Yeah, so the other band, actually, so on this one, I guess so the last band was by itself 200, I guess. Yeah, let's just overpick as well here, and then, because actually I don't like this angle, but I don't think I have the drummer otherwise in a lot of stuff. I kind of want stick movement if I can, and a face. I don't hate that though, actually, especially with the two-tone color. Let's take that, and then maybe we try to get his face somewhere else. Let's at least take this, because then at least I have his... I don't hate that either. Let's take that one, then at least have his face if we don't have it anywhere else. Because I don't think I shot too much on this band. Because there were 3 bands in a row. It's funny how that is just standard with metal. Like at least 3 bands in a row, basically every. That's also kind of good because what you get is you get people, you know, playing before other people, getting experience, and then, you know, maybe they'll make it big one day. So you kind of have a feeding system to make future ones. Composition wise, I really like that one. That's salvageable. That's not. Laptop screen in the bottom. Yeah, with this light guy was also like they just put nothing on the crowd at all ever, which I always at least put something on the crowd just to have, if nothing else, so they can see where their beer falls on the ground. And then this one's just to get the logo in, mostly. Keep just going back into that with that extra application. Before, yeah, that's a big difference. Yeah, and we used to be, as Donna actually said there, it used to be basically 0.5%, and then those premium ones, or well, they called them wrong to be premium, but yeah, the ones per 10 level ones, those were 2.5. That's why it was super rare. And yeah, on these ones it's 8. So we've gone up a lot. And the thing is with, you know, drop rates like that, or like percentage chances, going from 2.5 to 8 is not like, to a human it feels like, both, at least to me, it feels like, oh, those are still like small odds. No, going from 2.5 to 8 is like a big jump and will trigger much more often. Because they've basically gone in from a 1 in 40, and then a 1 in 40, and then also a pool that wasn't, you know, because that provocator in there, birdie in there, stuff like that, that aren't per se, you know, things you want. It went from that to a 1 in 12.5. That's usually more. That's also why usually we talk about those kind of things in like 1 in this many, because I usually feel that feels a lot more human. Because yeah, going from 1 in 40 to 1 in 12.5, yeah, big difference. And then also a pool of just 3 items that are all 3, you know, things people want. So the next season, we'll see how it goes. They definitely went with like a super small creator, as well, with one of the creators on the last one. So maybe we'll see. The question would be though, what would I even make? Because honestly, yeah, we can't just use my logo. That's, or you know, the PFP that I use. That's not. I don't own that. So we would either have to make something like my face or something just cartoony, or just like something text wise of. I think, well, the obvious things would be to either go either purple gang or just spreadsheeting or something like that. That's still fine, but I think just going like, hey, can we put only the tip on a t-shirt, that might not get through approval. I feel they might have issues with that. Yeah, they showed it on the that's painting. Yeah, they showed it in the stream. I haven't actually looked at it. Because where in West End is it actually? Wait, did it replace the deer? Actually, that's what it looked like. Actually, now I'm thinking back on it. Is it there? Guessing they put it on a fresh wall, right? But yeah, a good a good thing. And also, yeah, there's actually now that thinking game, at least, well, not now, but once the game is back up, the it's basically for cure for cancer research, where you can buy the apparel and like it goes to charity, which actually now makes sense as well, likely together with the. This one. Yeah, they might likely rotate what's in these caches and then just kind of have it around these percentages, and then they can get out of there as well. Then we can stop talking about them as raid exclusives and such, because they aren't already. They're easy items as well. Anyway, well, I get the apprehension as well from some people of like, why would anybody do the raid now? The answer is still blueprints, still commendations. And also, still, it's something to do in the game. Like, there's a point where you just go, oh, I've done other things. Let's consider the raid. Let's go with that one. At least kind of everybody's visible. Because I need one wide at least. Let's go with that one and that one. And either gay. The stated reason for the maintenance is just server stability, which doesn't tell much. We'll see if they actually do any other changes, but yeah. We'll know likely after the patch comes live if they did any other stuff. To get the for reviews for our notes here. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's much actually. I was about to say likely Reguluses. And yeah, this is likely them just going, hey, have at it. A Christmas miracle. Because at least, yeah, for a lot of people, Regulus was one that definitely, because Regulus has a lot of gameplay stuff as well. Like EB and Oreo are just weapons. Regulus is something that can do things that no other weapon can. So I'm also not against just handing those out from a people having access to them perspective. I would expect though that likely next time they might go like in the middle and go like 5% instead of 8. Still giving people chances at them, but not just showering them. Something to get from guesses. Yeah, it isn't. And also, yeah, they didn't. they meant the Regulus. At least if it was in that, yeah. Because the Bighorn isn't in there, which has been in the stretch goals before. And the Ravenous wasn't in there as well. And also, yeah, no Tinkerer or stuff like that. Or Tempest. Which will, maybe next time around. Did the raid. I mean, yeah, there's people that just do the raid, but it's also like even the weapons always have been just, if you do like what, maybe at most like, unless you get really unlucky, like 10, 15 raids, and then you have the, a Ravenous or a EB come your way, especially if you're doing it with people that already have it and stuff. Because also, yeah, in my case, like if I were to go do a raid now, it's not like I might, out of these guys, just keep one EB, just put it on character 4, so I sometimes run it. Nowadays, it's like I have one EB remaining, which is in the stash. Which used to be a God roll one before, because that's the only EB I kept, because in the past it wasn't usable anyway. But yeah, it used to be a God roll one, but then before the re-rolling came in for getting DTAC on it. So my favorites, I mean, Regulus is really the usable one out of the pack. Bighorn, but well, Bighorn as like one of those like kind of locked exotics, not a raid one, of course. Bighorn is also pretty good. Thing is, Ravenous and EB are like Ravenous has a few places it's okay, especially like Warhounds. EB is an okay-ish weapon, but in a landscape where they have great weapons, right? We have Lexingtons with killer and stuff. Which kind of just beat everything else out of the water. Oh, yeah, let me catch over here. Such an origin. Although in the stretch goals as well, like even like when they added that extra crate with the extra chance on it, it helped a lot. It helped a lot there because I shared last season as well. One provocator and an Oreo. So, but yeah, this time around it's a lot more. Yeah. Although especially for a lot of people as well here, just getting the Lexingtons out of there. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with all of gear and weapons. Like if you have enough of it already, like yeah, there's no point keeping more. So good weapon T is it's not bad. It's just middle of the road kind of. It's well worth messing around with. Solo it can be actually enjoyable to try to do its thing where you get a headshot kill and you go into like the red state. You go into the frenzy and you try to get more headshot kills to yeah, not die, and you can take a lot of damage in that time. Nice. Yeah, the only thing. Oh, actually, yeah. Oh, Bellringer comes with the random third set, of course. Yeah, that might be the only thing I might actually try to get some keys for, just to have a crit chance Bellringer. This looks cool. I mean, yeah, that also it's a cool looking weapon. But solo as well, like it can be enjoyable to do its thing, but it's also just as likely to kill you. So you don't want to use it in like doing a whole mission or something. But just doing some activities with it and stuff, at points you can just face tank and then try to get enough headshot kills to just have that pay off. Don't like that, yeah. Although rather have too many, right, than too few. It's kind of, I was hoping, although, yeah, it's kind of, because the thing is actually still running, right? I was hoping for stack brokers as well. That's the one thing I would kind of want out of this. And thanks, Windsor, for keeping that step going, as always. Much appreciated. 11 months already. Anyway, once the game's back up, we'll be sure to waste that on some silly apparel once new ones come around. Although actually, yeah, this time around we even wasted it on not silly apparel for helping, cure for cancer research. I always still find it funny how that has become colloquially cancer research, where usually because everybody understands what people say when they say cancer research, but usually when there is like the wording like that, like a thing and then research, it's research to like make more of it. When you do, some technology research, it's to like improve it. Because yeah, the actual thing is, of course, where it's research for the cure for cancer, not to make more cancer happen. Because normally that would be like that. His hair is in focus and not his eye, but you know what? We'll take it. And we'll see if we. I kind of like the motion there. I kind of like the motion there, and the halo that he's got going. I know these guys were also nice guys, actually. It's always nice when the band is kind of relaxed and cheerful. It makes it a lot easier than some of the bands that are kind of like just. All right. Stockbroker indeed. Well, we'll likely see him in the stretch goals of the season. I think because it's still running. Like I think actually, if you log in now, if you didn't have it yet, right, it still gives you one, right? So it's still like a current item. So, oh yeah. That's what no. So in the yeah. Um. So the detail can unbelievable. Yeah, sometimes it goes like that. But at least those weapons are at least well worth spending some of that on. You'll be spending likely another 90 taking it to grade 30. I see that in your future. Mm. Yeah, I keep just I keep falling into stack broker, or instead of stack broker, stock broker, which that's a word, but yeah, we're brokering stacks, not stocks. Oh, and thank you so much, Edis, for also keeping that sub going. As always, much appreciated. So because these aren't big names. What was the name? It was on the essence. Because yeah, also the venue I work for is just like 300 people, so or like 350 capacity. So you don't get humongous names there. Although there are some bigger names that we sometimes get through, but usually more because the main thing we do is actually more world music. A lot of Latin stuff, a lot of African stuff, Afrobeat and stuff. And in there we have sometimes some of the like contemporary names come by. But also, yeah, I most of these bands, the headliner I had like heard a song of theirs in the past without knowing who it was, but I've also already forgotten their name. So it's oh no, actually I have it listed as just Baruch, right? Um, couldn't catch the focus, could I? Is this one salvageable? Because I like the stick up. Kind of want to keep it with the logo in there. So this one, well, at least we can do this across like this. Nah. And yeah, and then these guys were like kind of local, starting it up. Kind of forgotten how weird sometimes the kind of emo punk kind of crowd can be sometimes as well. But also these guys were very much just, it was a whole, although it wasn't the whole discussion, but um, from the organizers, what they wanted was just or projecting like the logo of the other venue, and then like for each band that sent in a logo to be projected and stuff, and these guys were like, no, we don't want projection. It's just like, I was already like fine, but then like the organizer was like, oh no, but we should have that, and some whole discussion. No, we want to keep it minimalist. So I was just like, okay. I was happy I didn't have to have that conversation at all, but I just turned it off the second they didn't want it. Kids of Pearl, I guess. See what are we gonna get here? Yeah. Back in the Constant Company, yes. Oh yeah, the concentrate that's gonna get in the look. It's gonna be a little bit later on though. So we're first gonna do the global modifier. And then next week, tipping scales, especially. And actually after tipping scales. But likely the build collection updates video will happen in between that as well. So likely that after the tipping scales. But yeah, we'll get to Coco. What I can tell you already, because I've done some of the spreadsheeting on it already. It's basically at full stacks, it's kind of on par with the Obliterate Striker, and it also feels that way. That 70 crit damage they added to it really elevates it a little bit. It's actually ahead of Obliterate Striker by a little margin, but then especially with talents and stuff, of course. Because yeah, killer is very popular, and we're feeding into crit already quite a bit with concentrated, so that loses a little bit of efficacy and catches up a little on the striker end. But as a gear set, it's very, and then yeah, it's chest striker is still chest striker, like that's still a level above, but Caravan, yeah. Yeah, that's actually one of the nice things with retaliation. I'm still keeping one of each in the stash, but mostly just, well, of the ones that, like, if all characters already have one, like a Coyote, I'm not going to keep one in the stash. But from some of the ones that I don't have on a character, things like Imperial Dynasty or Tardigrade or something, I'm just keeping one in my stash and just deleting the rest. But even that one in the stash could go nowadays, actually. Yeah. Because yeah, if we need one, we can always, at least with some of them, we can. Because yeah, you have to also watch out that, you know, things like Liberty or something, which would also be an item that I could see myself dropping, isn't, for instance, in that list of retaliation. Slingshot. Although actually, well, one of the main go-tos for concentrated as well is actually that's been my go-to for it, especially for red, is to basically run a weapon to kind of charge it up. And that's, in my case, just a Killer Lexington. And then once it's kind of high on the stacks, Pesty. As it makes for a really good Pesty setup. It will overtake, yeah, the Langmo setup for highest, like, good tick, especially combined with crit on it now in there. Like, that's going to be way ahead of the Langmo Pesty setup, but then the Langmo Pesty setup as well doesn't need to do 35 stacks. So there is that. At 5 kills, that Langmo setup is all the way up. But it's also not too hard to get those stacks, but mostly in a group. That's also the thing with the Coco. It's just, it works so much better in a group than solo, I feel. So yeah, we at least went through and did the first selection. We'll do a second selection here. I'm gonna trim this down to likely, like, at most 25 pictures for all 3 bands. Likely 7, 7, and 10, or something like that. Even less, maybe. As I said, this doesn't need to be like a very extended set. It's just a few cool pictures, and that's all this needs. So get one the season jack. Oh yeah, the beacon. We should actually check. That was the other thing I realized, like, yesterday, of like, oh yeah, we should have checked that when the patch hit Tuesday. Is if the beacon still stacks. It wasn't listed in the patch notes or anything, but it's a thing I could see them change. Because that is the thing. For the time being, like, as it is stacking, you could abuse it like that. But I feel that's kind of akin to like how Thermal was. At least that's kind of how I'm treating it. It's not going to show up in the build collection or anything like that in that way. Not that it's going to show up at all. Thing is, no, that's very salvageable, right? Just need likely to, because yeah, these fingers will be gone, but everything else will be fine. Yeah, let's go. Skip that one. We'll drop this one. There's a lot more motion in that one. This one's kind of bland. We keep one from him from the front. Gonna keep this one, even though the hands are worse. I like these hands better, but this is just not the face I wanna have there. One of these. Definitely this one, where we also get a cross there. Even though the singer's face is less. Don't need that. That's one of the hero shots. Just that one's just to have that guy. Unlikely out of this. Even though that one's not the least in focus, kind of. Just here is not clear what's happening. Also, I don't really have his face there, where I do have it here. That one definitely can go. I like it better like that. Yeah. Let's drop both of the landscapes. Let's go portrait. Just one of these two. more face, but I wish I had these hands with this face. um, yeah, let's go with this one. At least, like, this is actually a misfocus. Not that it's going to be really noticeable, but that's definitely kind of the shot, more so than that. A or E. which one do we want to? Just because we have the other ones, so that we definitely drop. A or E. I think I'll go E, especially as well as this guy is kind of, his head is cut off. Both are the same focus, kind of, right? Also, the grit teeth is definitely, that's kind of a hero shot. We don't need this. Although also, I don't hate it. It's just, it's no real good way to have. It's this. This needs to not be here. Yeah, that's not. We have enough of other good shots. Actually, we have that. I'm gonna drop this one. Is it this? Although this has the logo here. Although the logo is there too. Yeah. Let's drop it. Let's drop that one. Keep. One thing I definitely want is basically each musician, if I can, by themselves as well. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch up again. Nothing second break. No, I'm for other weapons. Yeah, Oxbucker would be definitely one that is to drop. A lot of the season ones, indeed, you can just get rid of in that way. Yeah, curious to see what we get for target. I haven't really done much of Krampus. I've like gotten a bunch of bounties, but also I have the capabilities of bounty choosing even like myself if I need to. I have a second account and a second system. But I've been just waiting for a good targeted there. I don't see myself really farming that too much. So I'm just kind of like, I'll wait for a good targeted. And then go. Let's drop this one, even though I kind of like it. We're going to keep this one as just in action shot, because I kind of like it actually, especially how it's landing here with one stick purple, one stick green. It seems very unmetal, so although as well we have that of him, right? Yeah, so let's act as if that never happened. Are these actually? Yeah, I mean, I didn't pay attention on the day itself, but yeah, these are that's just actual sleeves, not the tattoo sleeves, but actual just sleeves of a shirt. At least, right? Yeah. Shows, well, not on YouTube or Twitch, not without breaking to US. For blacklisters, yeah. At least with the blacklister, there's like, yeah, it's a harder to get item somewhat, but you could always take it down to like 2, especially if you have like character slots that aren't fully in use, because one of the things you can always do is like, if you still have a slot that can be used in a way of just going and doing the mission. Singer that is played at the venue. Oh, I mean, it kind of depends in like what's like styles and stuff. Because in the African kind of scene, we have like a bunch of kind of names that like a Sun Trophy and Vadu Game and stuff like that, which are also bands that like play like stadium level stuff sometimes. um, or like big festivals. Um, we've also had a lot of. So one of the things is, so we've had sometimes a lot of, because we work with a college, with a conservatory of the city, and with them we've had like big names of music come through, and sometimes like Snarky Puppy, for instance, which is like a band that normally plays way larger stuff. We've had members of Tool, for instance, but also, for instance, KRS, actually with a thing. They've kind of played there, but not as like a. They didn't do a show there, but they came to, for instance, do a master class, and then they do like 2 songs or something. With Snarky Puppy was like a week of Snarky Puppy, and it was kind of like it wasn't advertised or anything because they were playing like a much larger venue, but they were doing like master classes and in the evening kind of jamming with the students and stuff. So they've played there, but not like as a thing. Because yeah, as a venue, we're not that big. We're like 350, and yeah, that's not like, because even if you like go to 1,000, you start getting some names as they grew up. Also, yeah, for in the African scene, like BCUC, which is now like really popped off as a band, for instance. What do you usually do in the holidays? They're actually, my holidays are usually not so different than my normal times, basically because of kind of this stuff. Although actually, so around here, because we kind of have a Christmas stop, so partially because it's just too, like, bands just play like parties and stuff too much to become way too expensive. Nobody wants to like book bands for just venue work around these times. Yeah, let's keep the other one. Um, in the past, I would normally, around this time, there's always like a lot of just either corporate stuff or just festival kind of stuff. A little bit even like just stages bought that from places. But nowadays, I don't do that kind of stuff much. So I just have some free time. But honestly, what I'm gonna do is stream a bunch and play the Division. I'm nice and boring. Partially, I don't have to. That's a nice thing as well of just being single. Is I get to divvy up my time the way I like. It's too bad that his face is super dark. I'm kind of feeling actually the heads down a little bit. But the heads up is objectively a better shot. Just from a motion human standpoint. Yeah, let's go with that. We have a much better shot of him here, right? Yeah, let's. Although, well, that's the guitar, right? Oh, we have this guy here. You know what? I'm gonna drop this one. This one's similar to that one anyway. We'll take this one as a drummer. I'm gonna drop this one. Just the focus bothers me too much. Oh, we're definitely gonna drop this one then. We'll keep this one. That was definitely the hero shot of that guy. Focus on that one is also much better. Yeah, also this is completely blown out there, so. This one's boring, but this one's kind of cool. This one's in focus. It's enough in focus. I'm going to drop this one because this one's similar to that anyway. Then we'll keep that one. And there's absolutely no reason to keep that heads on one. And then that one just to place everybody. But then this one can go. Okay. That's still way too many of this band. Right. 8. 8 is fine. Oh, 9. 9 isn't fine. Which one does the least for me? 2, 2. And there does a shot, but yeah, we have this, which is much cooler of a shot. So 8. And there we go. Now these bastards. Yeah, let me actually. On 60 FPS, yeah. Oh, well, on consoles, yeah. Yeah, it's a good special coffee. Well, in this case, actually, for later on, I do have, well, milk coffees. I'm actually kind of super converted to those, actually, nowadays. I do like them a lot. And also have a nice smoothie to finish up, so. Oh, what is it? A Krampus chainsaw attack is considered a hazard. It bleeds you. Not for the ones, yeah, but it could just does it do no damage outside of the bleed? Maybe if it's special in that way. Maybe if it just does bleed, yeah. I'm sorry for getting to that late. Seems like a while back. One of the things with those chainsaw guys, they're one of the few bleeds that goes through shield. So I wonder if people mean more that. But he should be very tankable. Still, like a tech tank could tank him infinitely, likely. One thing I wouldn't mind trying actually in that fight is taking in like the strike, like if the rest of the team just damage dealers. Yeah, we should have the eyes open. Kind of like the motion on the other one, but these are also emotionless husks intentionally. I know I was lazy with this one, very obviously. These two are very similar, so we'll go with that one. as a placement. Go with that one. So we have 3 of these basically. Best one stays. Definitely not that one. We'll go with that one. That one. That one stays. That's the setup. And stinger. Yeah. Okay. 23. Let's send this on over. So my workflow is usually I do picking in Lightroom. I send this over to DxO to be rendered because I feel DxO has a much better renderer and a much better noise reduction. Although nowadays there's like, this is because I'm running a very old version of DxO, man. Nowadays you have much better, especially a lot of the AI ones. But I just haven't updated my workflow ever. Still in the Stone Age. The first one, that's not that. No, really is now. Yeah. I mean, you could still farm it there. But yeah, a lot of people are still keeping. I should do that actually on second account as well. Keeping at least a character slot. Watch Alting no longer exists, but a lot of those projects that come by, like the content creator project and stuff, I know people have been farming those. Exactly. It's also, although at some point I need to just, because this is like, so yeah, this is like build 1.1. I think DxO is on like 7 or something now. So yeah, this is like really old at this point. But at least DxO as well as a bot program, so I'm not renting it the way I am with Lightroom. But I also definitely like its renderer a lot better. Yeah, let's set everything to 40 and like minus 40 there. Let's take that as our basis, and then we go from there. Just at least so it's all the same white balance, and then we can always revert to as shat if we need to. So on this one's definitely going to become black and white. Everything that doesn't, where we can't like get skin color out, is just going to be, even though we almost can, we just do a filter over and just go blue for white almost. But no, that's like gonna lose a lot of the color integrity there. Let's set it up like that, and then we'll black and white it in a Lightroom. I'm gonna basically just do my exposures and stuff in here, and then render them back as TIFFs to Lightroom to process there. And this definitely is not the style of like lighting that I like. One of the reasons I actually like started doing photography and stuff, although I was always doing photography, but I was doing it at this stage basically. But it was also just like, well, first of all, something extra to mess around with. But also, it has helped me become a better light guy. I feel, at least with understanding of what the photographer side wants. That is, of course, not per se in line with what the live show also wants, always. But I feel you can hit a good compromise between the two. You know what you're doing. So yeah, a lot of this will be black and white outside of like where we actually can get some skin tones at. I can't push this here yet. And it is ballpark. Oh yeah, it really depends on. Ew, yeah, okay. In the LEDs, you have the option to set the white point. I don't think that has been set actually correctly on on the LED lights. So it really depends on if they're, because we have some static, just normal lights and a bunch of LED. That's yeah, let me actually let's play with on. Oh yeah, long time ago. Last time I was in there was like up more than a year and a half, I think. But a long time ago. Although nothing to like, that wasn't part of any big alliance or anything. We were in low sec, but we weren't in deep space. And yeah, nowadays you have so much other stuff. Like I feel already like when I went back a year ago, it was a completely different game than what I ever played. Try to. This isn't actually the right white balance, but we can just confuse the system to try to get some skin tone out of it. And one thing I usually like is color in pictures. I'm not a big fan of black and white if I can avoid it. But sometimes I can't, so it's gonna lose so much color information. That's not worth it. It'll just go black and white. There we go. Let's send everything back. But with some noise reduced and rendered in here. Yeah, let me catch up here. And either bad. And yeah, I'm doing good. I hope you're enjoying your Friday as well. And everybody else too. For me, it's a nice and relaxed Friday. Most Lucas, I'll be working tomorrow. Although not a it's not a long day, so nothing too bad. So I just emptied out today. That's why we're also. I was planning actually, yeah, jumping on as I am now, and messing around with the build collection and maybe working on the global modifier spreadsheet. But yeah, Surprise maintenance. Because yeah, Eve can be a whole rabbit hole, quite literally as well. Eve is just an amazing kind of concept. It's not amazing to play, but it definitely is unique. If nothing else, just the one world aspect of it. It's one universe. It's not, one of the things that I like as well nowadays, that it's kind of shifted towards, the co-op kind of games, where one of the biggest issues I always have, like with MMOs and stuff, and nowadays with phasing, for instance, WoW is, although actually, well, it's been like 10 years, so I'm guessing it's been better than it used to be. But the servers, like, you like, oh, you play this game too? Oh, but we're not on the same server. So at least with the way that, for instance, the way that Division is, like, your character exists, and then you can be, the server basically is invisible to the player. You do get put on a server and stuff, of course, but it's just, everybody's in kind of the same small world. But then as well, you can't have like big cities and stuff. But then, when you group up, it just takes, like, the character is separated from server, being tied to a server and stuff. The character is universal. But Eve is also like one big universe, basically. Everybody's in the same world. And that makes it so that, when you have stories in there, it's everybody's story, right? Like, everybody was there when whatever story happened. When Goon Squad tried to invade whatever it was. You would think I would remember some of these names, but I really don't. I mean, well, for instance, Goon versus Red, which I was going like for several years and stuff back then. Oh yeah, Bob. That was the big one. The Goons versus Bob. Were they together? I don't know. If you're interested, but yeah, it's a long one as well. I recently gave it a watch. How's that guy even called again? Wait, I can find them with my. There's a guy that goes like deep into it, but this guy is also like, he has amazing videos anyway. What was his name though? I'm just so used to. I just click on stuff that's in my, hey, watch this kind of thing. Rabbit hole. If I search for rabbit hole. Oh yeah, Frederick Knudsen. You know what? We'll link him here even. So this guy, I'll put him in the chat as well. If you're wanting to, but yeah, I watched this whole thing, which is a 5-hour video, which goes over like a lot of Eve and stuff. But this guy is also just cool. Definitely, I've basically watched all this stuff through the years. Actually, I haven't watched this. Didn't get recommended. That's weird. Oh no, actually I did watch this. Why is it showing? Why isn't? I don't understand why sometimes the bar doesn't show up there. Sometimes it does. Either way. Alright. And it's getting sent back. The bar is complete. Let me get you actually. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the kind words there, Peter. Anyway, glad you like it. I like making it, so it all works out. Oh, open. So yeah, likely in, what time is it? It's almost 12, so another 2.5 hours if that's the estimated time, is in another 2.5 hours. Fantasy and entity change. Do you mean Heartbreaker? Tech tank? Which one's better? Lexer Kingmaker for me. The Lexington definitely is more damage. Like the Kingbreaker gets outclassed by the Lexington overall. But the Kingbreaker still has decent damage, but then a little bit better ammo conservation. But I feel the ammo conservation is kind of fine on the Heartbreaker Tech tank, where you can also use the ACS a little bit if you run out. And the difference between the Salvo one and just the other version, which is Cheska, is mostly with it kind of depends on if you're getting a bunch of kills or not. The killer one actually is a lot more powerful when you are getting kills, but it depends like if you're doing just activities and such. Because if you're just doing like summit or activities or just a mission or something, it'll work out with the killer. But there are some situations where that flatline one is going to be a little bit better. Like for instance, fighting the Krampuses and such, because they're just bigger enemies. Let's go to the YouTube comments, yeah. Yeah. Well, Eve, the thing is, Eve is mostly not play. Like the combat of it is okay. It's serviceable. I think actually, well, they were working on improving it. I haven't kept track of like what it, but yeah, the combat of it is much more. It's much more with strategy than tactics and just direct gameplay. But yeah, you can have indeed, yeah, whole fleets fighting each other and trying to win supremacy over sectors and stuff. Yeah, let's take this to develop and let's do the set. Because yeah, we'll do the set likely, and then maybe we go and do some spreadsheeting, and then if the servers aren't back up by then we go back and do that second set. Nothing else, I just want this one set to be done because this one's been waiting for a while. I need a hit, man. This one, man. Yeah, otherwise, basically, the way that it's set up, there are, you jump between solar systems. And also, like, there is, like, non-solar system stuff. But basically, those are a server, and then everything's, like, connected through a main server. But basically, yeah, when you log in, it's not like, hey, which world do you want to go into? It's just, like, it's the world. And then the way it's kind of set up is that, for instance, for those big fights, they can spread that over multiple servers. But then even then, what they do is actually time dilation, where basically because the servers can't keep up with the amount of players, especially if there's like thousands of players in the same sector or something fighting each other, it basically slows down time to try to keep up. So basically your actions will still all get counted, but it just feels, everything just slows down. Which is kind of actually a very interesting and cool mechanic to try to mitigate, just server overflow. Much later. Yeah, it's a very long one, that one. But yeah, it's actually very interesting. Like, that guy's also a good narrator and stuff. So, yeah, let's work our way from here all the way up. Let's already actually black and white this. Especially in black and white, we can also push it so much harder. That's one of the classic reasons why you see so much black and white, actually. It's just you can push the shit out of an image. We're also going to crop it differently, but also I just want that. Yeah. You like the movement here. Just because it makes it actually kind of look off, but it's correct. And we're gonna crop pretty far into there, giving up a lot of resolution, but it's fine. Most people are gonna see these pictures mostly on mostly on a phone anyway. Not a great shot, but we need that just to establish kind of the how they are on stage. Let me catch up actually. Server is down. They're doing a maintenance. The stated thing is for server stability. So I'm not sure. They might also, you know, be changing stuff or such, but unlikely usually. There were some reports of people desyncing and just kind of, you know, whole servers dropping and stuff. Do I keep this in color? I actually don't hate the color. But it's also very like just in I find this actually, yeah, let's just go black and white. That evokes actually a lot more. It's always when it's just one color all over the place, it's just can always feel tiring. Again, giving up a lot of resolution, but it's fine. Could have just shot it actually portrait. Although it would not matter, that's all the way from the back, so it's about it's already pretty zoomed in. Yeah. Just gonna be very lazy. I want the attention to go up there. The guitar being white just grabs the attention right away. This feels kind of odd, like all the faces are going over there. But it, yeah, it doesn't need to be perfect. What's it trying to level off of? Likely that. I like the composition here with also the lights in the background. Yeah. This would also actually work as a this kind of posterized almost effect. Well, we'll push clarity a little bit more than I normally do. This would look so much nicer if there was actually some light on the crowd, but yeah, it's fine. Oh, yeah, let me get it. There's love. Yeah, if you see a lot of ships somewhere, it but that's not the actual FPS, but yeah, just all the actions of the game become. Although, well, it could also be that their system is just but yeah, usually it's more just like all the UI and stuff should still feel snappy, but it just all it all just goes slow. You get the feeling where you're just gonna go do that, yeah. Yeah, if I could, it'll look a little weird, but it'll be fine. That that still feels fine. Even pushing it down a stop. Because I don't know why, like, there is so much light on the curtain. Which is usually a thing that is usually avoided a little bit. But it just to kind of feels really unnatural, but I feel it's fine, right? That's fine. It's just to kind of get the balance back to them. Don't think it's gonna get better than that. And I want to keep that edge of that light in there. But this is a little bit too much negative space, but also it kind of works with his head up. Now let's balance it for the head. Just kind of there, even though we're really pushing way too high here, but I'll give up a lot of. No, be not one we want to zoom in on. Yeah. That's just, it's all fine though. But yeah, it's starting to become a blob. It's losing a lot of information. Let's see if we can get the back of his head back. Because I'm sure he has one, but I could not use this picture to prove it. Maybe we do a little bit of we'll fix it in post. Do you have a back of the head, sir? I literally can't see the back of your head. Where is it? Okay. I mean, yeah, we're of course not going to do it like that, but just quick and dirty. We can. not touch that actually. That's so like so fake, but it's fine. It's better. It's better than with that. Is it without? It's just without. It just doesn't look right at all. But F it. I need you to have a back of your head. What's up? Like, one of my friends would. This means when it happens. Yeah, server is always the hassle. But yeah, E for instance doesn't have that, and also yeah, that's also one thing I like about Division a lot is yeah, it's using a different kind of idea behind the scenes of just like the characters aren't tied to a server. Although now a lot of bigger MMOs are also yeah very much like for instance WoW definitely already had like by the time I stopped playing, which is like years ago at this point, you could have people from different servers playing together and it would just kind of phase them together with server instancing and stuff. But yeah, I'm still like which one was that recently? What was that game? It was well, I wasn't interested, but everybody was playing it. Was that one third person game? Sorry, not Ark, like way before Ark. That also had like houses and stuff that you could build and such. And there was like a motorcycle that you would run around with. That was like around for a while. I remember going into that and going, "Oh, fuck! They're doing like your characters." Oh yeah, once human, yeah, exactly. Oh, they're doing your character is bound to a server. Yeah, no, thank you, bye. I feel like yeah, it's 2025. You just do the servering basically separate from character and such, or no sell, basically, no sale. Because that's basically what Division is, or yeah, for instance, you know, or even like Warframe or Arc or stuff like that. They just separate the server infrastructure from the character. Although in that game, of course, it also per se wouldn't matter because your world would still matter. Because if your house is somewhere else, that doesn't matter, right? Because your assets are tied to a specific world. But at least you could visit people or play together more easily. Why is you gonna keep the color here? Or try to. Even though there are little green men. It kind of works because they're a different color than the background. Actually, let's do it this way around. Nice. Let's do this last, guys. And yeah, let's catch up here. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Classic WoW is honestly, I don't think Classic WoW is a good game unless you like have played Modern WoW. It's mostly just the like the simplification towards that kind of works, but actually, I don't think Classic WoW really has. Especially also, so they've messed up, right? Like basically for Classic WoW, they should have just kept it Classic. They're actually going like up the because are they keeping any servers like actually classic still? Because they're gonna run into the same issue as in the past. Like some people just want to play the pre-Burning Crusade or just at least like Burning Crusade and not further. But yeah. One of the things also, I mean, Division has that now as well. It's as a game exists for longer. That's also why there's definitely a case to be made for just hitting the big reset button and making a Division 3 or something at some point. It's just complexity. Like, WoW has that more than any other. It's just Eve as well. It's just system upon system upon system because they've done, an update where they added countdown, and then an update where they did summit, and an update where they added retaliation, and an update where they added descent, like in Division. but in there as well, yeah, they've added game modes or like, the faction warfare systems and the like the extra spaces and invading forces and so. Oh, this new bell ringers is where to spend exotics on it. It's just an MG5 as far as I understand it. So it's just the same as, but it's also an infantry MG5, right? I haven't gotten one yet. I haven't actually opened many of those boxes yet, so or really any. So I haven't even really seen one yet. Although I've seen it in the hands of others. But yeah, it looked to be an infantry MG5 and it just makes a sound, which effectively makes it 1,000 times more annoying than. But just to annoy people, you could definitely go with it. But it doesn't seem to have any special stats as far as I've understood it so far. And then also, yeah, if it is an infantry MG5, which would have, and it's very easy to spot, like it depends how many mods it has. If it has 4 mods total, including the mag, that's infantry. If it has 3 mods total, so 2 mod slots for crit chance, crit damage, and the mag, that's MG5. Thing is, the normal MG5 is the preferred one nowadays. So from that perspective, it's not per se a pick. How does it look black and white? I kind of like the color version of it. You have at least more than one color, so it kind of works. Yeah, this one's going black and white there. If nothing else, I can push it quite hard. Let's do one of these. Just tiny bit. Also, yeah, you would want to hold out for a crit chance one because, yeah, comes with random stats. As far as I've also seen that, right? And yeah, let me get up. Oh, there is actually a patch. Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing what's in there. And yeah, let's actually add that indeed to be downloaded already. Transfers. Well, later on with with 1C1, I'm guessing, right? Yeah. I mean, that would maybe change. Although the thing would also be because in a game like that, at least, because for instance for Rust and such as well, like or those kind of games, it's not just your character; it's also what you've built in the world, and that could have ramifications in other ways. Because yeah, you can't have a persistent world in that way. So at least it would be nice if you could just visit other worlds and have your character and at least their inventory, and then you can rebuild. This one is sort of like class plus. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they seem to be advancing it, right? Which is gonna just get them into the same issues. That plays a little Christmas jingle, yeah. So those are yeah. Well, it's not a weapon skin, it is a separate weapon. But yeah, its special thing is just sound. There is no stat difference or anything. Three-hour sleep. Oh, that doesn't sound healthy. Although I shouldn't speak. I usually sleep like 6 or 7, which also isn't. We took too long. Or just went to sleep. There we go. Nah, this needs to be in color. Really, you can't find this. Hmm. Oh, that's actually in white. Wow, that's how white it is. Oh well, how overlit it is. Hmm. Yeah, let's do this. Kind of not go over the hands. Just a little bit, just the edge. Although, well, then I want that kind of back in there now. So we're filling that down a little bit, that up. Just have this middle kind of less. Yeah. I don't hate that. Sometimes I don't understand what Lightroom picks as its thing to level off of. There's literally a line here that it could just follow. Not also that every shot needs to be just perfectly leveled, but I feel usually unless you're doing something with trying to like follow the line of a guitar or something, it's just do it flat. Unless it adds something. Just do it flat. Same here. Let's get the attention a little bit up to their faces. There we go. That's good. Part of it also just becomes just, at some point it's just fine. Just move on. Mm, do I want to key color this? That's so cheesy though. Nah, let's not. That's not. Oh, this doesn't seem in line with this. Let's keep the colors there just for the green. I was thinking of black and whiting it, except for the greens. Yeah. But that yeah, no, that's just gonna look. That's way too EDM for this. But what we'll do is actually, yeah, we'll pull everything else a little down. We'll kind of level it for this guy and pull the rest down. Oh yeah, this was actually the last time I was shooting on the old stage, because we got a literal new stage, like the actual thing that people stand on, like that part of it. The last one lasted 20 years, which impressive actually. I'm gonna cut off that guy's head. It just kind of looks weird having somebody up there in the back. But I kind of like it as well. It's just like an assassin in the corner. Yes. Who's that guy? Whose footprints are these? Because that floor on it was just completely destroyed after the time. No, nice. Also, yeah, actually, there is for those maybe, because yeah, that's why I have actually Epic here open, or like thingy. Epic is doing their thing of Christmas, where they're basically doing a new free game every day. Which, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why, but I just, yeah, I've just been grabbing them all, but almost never playing them, because actually, yeah, the two games that I'm playing in here, although actually this one I did get for free. The only reason I have this here is because Rockstar kind of messed up my, like, the account I was using the other place, so I installed it here just to make a new account here. Because their system sucks, in especially changing emails and such. And I haven't played actually MechWarrior in like forever. I should just uninstall it. But yeah, they're doing a free game every day, which, yeah, it's for the price of giving them just a little bit of information. Not the worst deal. But also recently they actually gave out. I'm kind of interested in that game, mostly because, yeah, it does actually play as a kind of ARPG style enough that I want to be. But yeah, they put out that or they gave out Hogwarts Legacy, and I was kind of thinking of maybe dipping into there, but we'll see how that goes. Because I'm kind of considering for the 5 times to do other things, but I'm also considering just playing Division and just mostly not playing. Mostly just spending time in the Because this time around as well, it's not with a. Actually, it isn't, right? There is no global event next week, right? Because at least with the 3 times, I was like, let's get some stars. There. Just want to kind of balance between that guy and that guy, distance-wise. Let's keep the color here. Nah, let's just leave it as this. I'm like thinking I can bump up the crowd a little bit and stuff, but and maybe try to get this because here like this especially the white, like the light on the screen kind of grabs the attention actually, but I could darken all this, but I don't think it'll look better for it. Sometimes you just have to go, this doesn't need to be that great. It is what it is, especially when the lighting isn't per se great. Because I definitely prefer the way I light stuff. Actually, yeah, black and white. I just remember we don't do black and white, we do it like that just to keep the color for the sticks in there. That's a lot of information to give up there, but that's fine. Let's get his face right, and then we just pull one of these. We need a second one for there, actually. It's also why I actually didn't do this one for forever. Usually if it's like my own lighting, I'm just like, okay, it'll be fine and quick. But when it isn't, this one's definitely going black and white. Right, I'll do it myself. Just a little bit. Okay. Okay, nice. Yeah, let's export these. Gonna give them a look before I upload them, but I'm gonna export them already. I'll come back to it with fresh eyes and just go one by one last time, like in the evening, and then upload them. Let's actually, for now, go over there. Game isn't up yet, right? Well, I feel people would tell me if the game's up. Any gamer? No, game. No. Mikey boy is there and getting in our way and being effectively a dick. Let's go back here for a second. I'm actually gonna remove this source for a second just later on. I don't want that there. Though, yeah, let me in the background, but I don't want to show my show it. So. Let me already upload those at least to the cloud, and then just in case I forget to even check it, then at least those are there. Oh, so yeah, this was in 11. So this was 29. Yeah. 5, 11, 29. I'm gonna put those in there. And then yeah, we can do the modifier part of the modifier calculations and stuff already. That'll be a thing we can do. Make sure that, and yeah, actually let's make sure the game update, yeah, went through. Nice. You know what? Let's have the game in the background so we can mic it up. You know, once in a while we'll see if Mikey Boy is still there. Oh, so yeah, now it's not nerf. Nice. But there was definitely a lot of apprehension about the drop rates and stuff, but also I don't think they were going to change it or touch them. I definitely should be snacking on that. My experience, yeah. I mean, I'd much rather not have that. But yeah, the thing that they had, so I had an old email that I was always logged into it with and the password. But then they were forcing, so EA actually I did this as well. But at least with EA, I can just log in with my old stuff. But it goes like, hey, verify your email. It's just like, oh yeah, this is like an email I used like 15 years ago or something. And yeah, they're quite annoying with trying to, because I sent the support ticket and they go like, okay, we've sent you can use this system for that, and also we've sent another email to that email to fix it. It's just like, but no, the whole thing I'm reaching out to support is I don't have access to that email. That email no longer exists. This is like, god damn it. But yeah. And then eventually it didn't even get resolved because they were like, we can't verify that you are not that person. Because they were like, okay, so what was the first email you used to log into that? And was just like, I don't know. Like that email is already like haven't been used for 10 years. Likely I made the account with a different email like 20 years ago or something. 15 years ago. I don't know my emails from back then. Yeah. Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about it, and it also having like kind of tech tree kind of stuff and such. But yeah, but kind of we'll see what we do. Yeah, Mike definitely still there, Mikey boy. Yeah, let me actually just set up this over here. So I have basically one old set, and then tomorrow I'll make a new set as well. So, but at least we got that one done. Yeah, let's actually work a little bit on these sheets, because we can do that as well without the game up. So we'll take, so we can just from the unit alloys take the stats here and put them in. We'll just take equalizer overdogs at 58. Yeah. So we'll just take this. Now we need to fix it up here because that's not gonna work outright. So this will be 100, this will be 30, 75, 10, 75. 0, 21, 90, 30. Let's make this already 2060. You know what I should do, because I keep forgetting that. Let's do that now that I remember. In this main file, just 2060. You know what? We'll even make that 90. Also, I could just copy paste that whole thing, but let's not. Let's just do it like this. 20, 90, 60. Also, this should be O rate, right? Actually, we're kind of using the same. Because I've always like, yeah, this makes sense as DTOC, but just as the first letter. But here we're going with A rate. Actually, well, C rate would be it, right? Cover rate. Yeah, let's just, because that's the main file I always copy from. Yeah, so if that is our build, and this is just an SB, no, I don't take input, SB equal plus over D, 58. What would this not be? 24. Oh, that's salvo. I was about to say. Because, yeah. And then also, yeah, we gain a crit damage. Oh, I like it, actually. Oh, so it's still 2 hours remaining on the estimated time. It might come up earlier. It might come up way later. No promises, at least for me, in either way, neither from the devs. But yeah, another 2 hours. A little bit under 2 hours. More like 1 hour, 45 minutes. Is the number they gave us, 5 hours in total. Sometimes going to that's again. I know that feeling. Yeah. Oh, why did I instantly try to log in again? Just force of habit. But yeah, it's still gonna be a little bit. G4. Let's already make at least 3 of them. So this is 15 weapon damage. 15 weapon damage. This is 30 weapon damage. Anything linked here? No, it's just all part numbers, right? So actually they haven't like gone, hey, we're extending it already or something right now. But also, yeah, they have some time remaining. till they have to reach that point. What happens? Oh. Yeah, we don't even need killer here. Okay, and then this is this number plus 15? Is this number plus 30? There we go. What surprising outcomes. Well, it'll be handy to know just kind of how much these add, especially when we have grading on top, so. Because yeah, this is even less than grading. That might be a handy way to illustrate this a little bit. Yeah, that might actually be a good way to talk about this. So let's add in one more. So these move down one. This becomes grade 0. Grade 30. Passive 15. And passive 30. Just to kind of show that grading going in is actually bigger. So versus 30. Is this number divided by this number? This is locked. Because, for instance, if we're just adding in grade 30, that was 13%, but because we're adding another 30 on top from this, it isn't again 13%, it's now 11.5. Last night, I didn't go missing. Just shouldn't. I wouldn't expect any issues like that per se.
Press space to start.
Because yeah, it's just your save basically. So also didn't per se like spend my keys or anything. So I would be in the same boat. Although yeah, now with 50 keys I haven't really really farmed that much. Anyway, intermittently we'll see if we can get past Mike. But in the meantime, we can get some shit done here. Honestly, that's all we need for the always on passives. Now, what might be interesting. I remember doing that's somewhere, but I don't remember where it was. Oh, that was for the equalizer, right? Yeah, let's do this, but it's also seen so much of this that I kind of want to push back onto it. Backfire. which season was? Yeah, keep in mind that that started like 3 hours ago, though, because you're saying 5 now is. They might think it's 5 going forward, but yeah, another 2 hours 40 remaining, so we're halfway there. Oh no worries, just I had preventing the confusion. If it happens. But yeah, it should be another hour. Oh no, actually hour 40. Yeah, so we've already gone a few hours. And that's also if they hit their targets, which also not always a given. Yeah. I want to actually, so with the backfire especially, I want to kind of, go backfire what can we gain with the 40 hazard protection, and then also go and get the old red line one, where we have 10% crit chance more, because backfire actually for this season, I mean, backfire is never per se bad, but the hazard protection is not what made it good ever. All of this is junk for other stuff. Now comes the question. Can I find, because they wait, let me did they have everything listed in here? Oh yeah. But yeah, not the all of the passive modifiers, right? Yeah, no. But they do have these things, which is exactly the ones that I want. And yeah, there might be other numbers than in the game, but worst case, we can alter them. That wouldn't be too much of a hassle. Okay, so let's I just copy paste you. Not into here, over here there. Do I need you still? Not really. That works. So priority kill. Oh, she does a crossfire kill. Reposition. I know. So these two we don't need. They don't have a thing there. No. 10 seconds. 10% rough. Just a 40 weapon handling. Just to kind of so after you have a marked kill, combined kill. Mm, 10 seconds, 25% crit damage. Seconds, largely just small s. 25 HD. Cover to cover. Oh, well. 40% reload speed. Maybe you're doing that actually a lot more than actually. Because I just send them on a cover to cover, get the 40% reload. 10 seconds will cover 2 mags usually at least. 3 even. Oh. Yeah. Oh, attacking the other. Oh, 15% weapon damage. Oh, actually, that might be an interesting thing to look at as well. We can do the same thing as this, but then for combined cocoa, combined cocoa. Then what is going on right now? The stated thing is server stability. There's a patch with it as well. So there might be some things maybe changed. We'll see. But actually, yeah, that kind of didn't seem,
Press
at least
space
now,
to start. Press
real
escape
changes,
to
right?
quit.
But yeah, the stated from them is server stability. So. And the estimated time is another hour and a half. So we're talking about 5 hours. We've already had 3.5. So 1.5 remaining. Let's get one. I don't think you will be that lucky. But Christmas is already bringing plenty of gifts, right? So. And I did tomorrow. Or Tamardash. And yeah, thanks for the kind words. And I welcome in. As we're catching up late. Kind of in the spreadsheets. We're heads deep into them. Because I might as well get some work in while we are waiting for Mike to GTFO to grab his bags and just go away, Mike. Nobody likes you, Mike. I always feel bad for people actually named Mike during during maintenance streams. It's just like sitting there going, what did I do? Why does everybody hate me? You know what you did, Mike. You know. Especially 01. That Mike in particular. And we're doing some prep work for... I didn't want to record this evening. We're going to record the modifier in the cloak. This modifier is definitely like not going to be as big of an issue as like last season's one, where we had to cover basically 5 actives and a bunch of passives and even the main kind of buff and stuff. Here it's much more tame, of course, and also much more simplistic. Because yeah, we'll likely just have these 4. And even in the passive mods, it's basically like, honestly, it's just that 15 headshot, right? Which is meaningless, basically, in the grand scheme of things. But we'll just have it in there just to show how meaningless. Just for a reminder for myself, I'm just going to go. And we'll add in Coco here as well. Because that would be interesting to look at with a build that feeds into weapon damage. And then what we do need to implement here as well, let's already do that actually. I'll do it like this. So just cores or red cores, just to be able to illustrate that. So let's do this already. Actually is 10 plus 15 times whatever's in this. So with 6 red cores, it's the same. And then plus 15 here. And then plus 30. That way we can show that, yeah, it's a much bigger increase if you have no red cores. But of course, the absolutes actually is, of course, going to be always in favor to just going. It's not like if you go 5 5 blue cores, you gain more or anything. It's just actually with that passive, you could just take 1 blue and have the same damage effectively. It's the same stat. I need a rab. Sometimes as well with some of these maintenances, the game has come up earlier. Sometimes quite a lot earlier. So I'm kind of hoping for that, but also, yeah, there's no guarantee of that ever. It takes them as long as it takes them, and it might even take longer. That also would not be a surprise. Yeah, let's just do that. This. And that. This one I'm going to type. So we don't break the lines. And that. And that. Okay, so we have 4 times the same build. And now we add what is there. I could just make that a 1.3, but let's actually do it like this, plus 0.1, just so it's kind of clear. Oh, sorry, that's 10% rate of fire. Maybe I stick the main stat here as well. $25 CHD. 40 Relby. And 15 WD. What time is the update done? The plan time another hour and a half. So they gave 5 hours as the estimation. We've already done 3.5, 1.5 remaining. But that's the estimated. Could be shorter, it could be longer. Nobody knows. Likely at this point, not even the people doing it. Because yeah, shit breaks sometimes. So this is this number plus 25. This is this number plus 40. 0.4. And this is another 15 weapon damage plus 3. Okay. Oh shit. I mean, it's fine. You know what you need to compare against is the base build. So that should be here. Everything moves that way. Because I need to compare it. Okay. So, actually, yeah, that makes it that. And then this all moves that one. Because I will need to calculate it up against the base. Actually, was it 10 seconds on that one too on the weapon damage? 10 seconds, right? Yeah, everything's 10 seconds. Okay. One question. I don't know if you swap off the chameleon, you lose its talent. And if it's starting on swap back, does this apply to Saint Elmo's talent special ammo as well? So if you lose the bar, that is like building up. If you have ammo inside of it, that's in there. That's like saved in the weapon. So once you have the shock rounds, you can swap off of it. But if you're building it up, any part of that bar that you've built up, you'll lose if you weapon swap off of it. So it's not all of it in the way of the chameleon, but yeah. You do lose a little bit of progress most of the time. Nativité. Especially the way that's inappropriate. You know, that's not our proudest wanks. Yeah, we went there. But I did anything. I mean, yeah, it's sometimes spreadsheets can be beautiful. Who isn't a little bit spread sexual? That one went too far. We went too far. Okay, let's do the same here with Coco. We can take Coco numbers from here. What am I looking at here? Oh yeah, so this was 2 units, and this was... I need to clarify how this is working here, but yeah, that's for in the future. That's not clear at all. But we can add some notes to it. But what we're gonna take is actually this. So does this have a built-in thing already? Yeah, actually it does. So we can even drag that along. Yeah. So this is y plus 10. Oh yeah, here's. So this is this number instead. 30, 30, 24, 60, 175, but without this. Let's have that be like that. So actually, let's change that the other way around. 5 times whatever's in this field, and then 2 times whatever's in this field. Yeah, because that would be interesting to have in there. 10, 0, 21, then just 30. And let's give it another try. I'm not sure if I said there. I said, hey, Tennyson, but hey, Tennyson. Otherwise, yeah. So this is Coco. Actually, we can do the same exact thing. So with that, and then same. Yeah. Mikey boy is still there. Okay. Now yeah, these we need to do like this. Could also lock the number, but that works too. Uh, 38. So actually flip these. Well, actually, no, let's keep that like that, and now we do this section. That one. No. Is this number divided by itself? That one locked. And then plus 15 and plus 30. There we go. Oh, actually, there's a good illustration of that. Although it doesn't matter too much anyway. You still gain a ton, but yeah, on striker with grading and the weapon damage, we're gaining 26 from the 60. Here we're gaining 14, which is quite a big difference. But patch notes. Don't think there's going to be patch notes with this. There isn't really a patch. Seems to be just more for server. Well, the stated goal is also server stability. So, and from
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
trusted sources, yeah, there doesn't seem to be any. You know, the quote was "no stealth nerfs," which you know. It's force of habit. Just see the thing there. I want to press it. Yeah. So that's why we're working on some sheets, sheeting over spreads. While we wait for Mikey Boy to go away, change one thing here real quick. Oh, I already turned that off. So the display capture be off. Most of the time I don't want that.
Press space to start.
I only really use it for
Press escape to quit.
when we're lightrooming. Yeah. Measure it. Yeah, sorry. I had way too many windows open in the other one. Let's get rid of some. Could have just had this with grades being a thing. Yeah, no, actually, we want it like this just so we can illustrate, like, hey, like, kind of grading already existing makes this even less than grading. But I mean, still a decent buff. One thing I'm considering as well, maybe, is to bringing in, although we can just illustrate that with very easily in the game without calculations. That adds stuff to the turret and the drum. But also, I don't feel we need to, because it's more. I haven't used these skill calculators much because we don't calculate that skills that often. What maybe we do. Although this is still gonna break all of this, isn't it? Let's see. Because it's also smaller. But this isn't gonna keep formatting, is it? No. No. It's always annoying. Like, you would think everything would work out right between those two. But that wouldn't be too hard to fix. Because basically every field that is empty, it just forgets the formatting for. And that would just be this. Let's attempt. Stuff down here merged still? Okay. Maybe unmerge all of this as well. Although one thing I should do is actually merge the one here, because they usually just have what it is. Either way, let's just clean up this first. Go away. No, yeah, just. Oh, actually, yeah, I can just do base special format only. No, I can't. It's fine. Center. Arial. And just number. Okay. Let's go get the third in the drone. Let's just do a third in the drone. Assault turret. And drone. And drone. There we go. See if we need more than 3. Because like, yeah, we don't really, right? That's 15. That's 30. Oh, yeah. And we're going to actually look at DPSs with them. Let me catch up here as well. Black screen. Oh, you mean the UI one? Yeah, that hasn't been added in yet. This one? Yeah, that one's gonna the 1.13. This one hasn't been added in yet, so it's still blank. That one is one of the builds that has changed. We've done all the other ones, but that one's still remaining. This can go. We'll likely add that in actually, yeah, if we get in the game. Well, this evening, if nothing else, but because it is the last empty spat. And yeah. Is the server off or something? Off, yeah. And something as well. Yeah, plans. Well, they announced the maintenance yesterday. Let's go share the server status open here. Yeah, no, so no new announcements so far. It's scheduled for 5 hours, which is 1 hour remaining, basically just a little over an hour remaining on the scheduled part of it. So it might go beyond scheduled, of course, because that sometimes happens. Consider for an DPS pistol builder from 408. Which one's 408? I think there's a headhunter more, so right? Where's the build collection? Okay. Not in the usual spot because we're editing it. I usually have it at the first tab. 408 is a headhunter, right? Yeah. So I would consider, like, basically any headhunter would be considered just a headhunter. So yeah, and then yeah, which one was it? 514. And yeah, this is a tech tank. But then also, so for instance, that depends on, like, people use DPS in differing ways, but this would be a DPS build that's trying to do, damage per second, and the other is a headhunting build. Because the headhunters, yeah, they usually, like, DPS doesn't make too much sense for them because you're not trying to shoot as fast as, like, the weapon can. But so you're not doing per se, mostly like a damage per second calculation just makes no sense there. It's much more about headhunting and getting the headhunter, like, stages, the first shot, second shot, third shot, to meaningful levels. Yeah. Which Trojan drone do we take? Well, I would say refactor. Right. We just take something that already has a bunch of skill damage. We need the gear spreadsheet because I don't remember how much each tier adds. One thing I wouldn't mind doing as well, actually, although maybe they've already done a little bit of it. Just a little bit of cleanup on some of this stuff. And for instance, as well, the flavor text and stuff. But yeah, also some of the line work, fix that back up. We'll likely jump into here at some point in the coming weeks. Oh, but I'm here for here. Yeah. So plus 60 damage. Yeah. So 60 there. So 60 from tiers. How much was it for a mod? It's 5, right? For turrets and stuff. Now let's see 25. Let's see if we can get matching numbers with here. This one's 25. I totally remember how much skill damage you get from a watch. It is 10, right? 10 from there, 10 from technician. Is this with capacitor up? Yes, 60 from weapon talent. How much was... Because it's 45 nowadays, right? Chess talent. Kinetic. Yeah, 60 thingy, but 45. 45. It doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Oh, actually, it's 45 plus 30 for combined. Okay, so we have 10 from brands. And we have 60 from there, but actually we have more from brands because we have that gear set giving 25. So 10 plus 25, yeah. 10 plus 25. Also, this bothers me, so let's fix that. Yeah, okay, for a second. Is it so? It's a real new regulars. Why not? Yeah. Oh, they're well worth making. I know. I even did a recent build showcase on them. The thing is, there's the Hunter's Fury and there's the high end. Likely the Hunter's Fury is actually easier to put together to at least just try out. Both of them aren't too hard, but and each kind of has their own benefits. But the Hunter's Fury might be easier to start with as well. It's kind of more simplistic, honestly. Just be in range and shoot heads. And those ones are well worth making. So we're nowhere near. So what aren't we accounting for? We have combined arms. We have that. We have kinetic momentum. Yeah. Off by quite a lot, actually, still. Faster's in there. That's kind of annoying without having the game there. Kind of harder to tell. Because also, yeah, I don't remember, but I don't think Technician is 10, right? Or is it 20? I mean, that would make up that difference anyway. Let's look at the right thing, right? Oh, that's Incinerator turret. Okay, 175. I was going to say, we're off by so much. How could that even be? There we go. Yeah, 389. 319. So now we're over. Good damn it. Way. What am I over on? $319. So we need to drop a lot somewhere. Oh, I mean, these are all skill damages, right? Yeah, skill damage, skill damage, skill damage, skill damage. Maybe I didn't have something active when I did that. Maybe combined arms had dropped or something. Yeah, without the game, it's kind of hard to figure it out. Also, 2-piece Hana is 10, right? Not that matters here. It's much bigger than that of a difference. Yeah, that's 10 skill damage. Skills always suck to calculate that. Yeah, let me catch up here. I need to wait. It's for, yeah, overall as well, yeah, just for starting out, because yeah, you have some armor and kill, you have the disorient. I like the high end as well, where you can have Dutch City, but then you need to remember to actually use Dutch City. But that's really what the high end brings in pretty easily, because on the Honda's Fury for Dutch City, you have to either take the backpack. Well, you have to take the backpack basically. So then is that eats into the damage a lot. Yeah. Although in most cases, I would feel like if you like the style of building that's well worth having both. That's also why I have both, and even multiple versions of both. With memento variants of Dante's Fury, even of the high end. So then the server return another hour-ish. A little less than an hour. At least that was the estimated. And that's yeah. No. You know what? It's fine. We can just take this number set for now. And later on, try to figure out if I maybe didn't have something up fully when I took this damage number. Maybe just, yeah, combined arms had dropped or something. Although if it was combined arms, yeah, that's like just this. It comes pretty close, but it's also not like exactly on. But also doesn't matter too much, because yeah, we can just do this and then especially do plus 15. And plus 30. Skill efficiency is also 15 and 30, right? On the passives. now I'm questioning everything. Yeah, let's go and find Tourette. Let's see if the turret actually lands a little closer. Also 175. So okay, so it's the same. Effectively just on a lower base damage. Does this one land a little bit closer? Also not really. Yeah, maybe if we get into the game. Is it this, maybe? 194. That's closer. Wait, let's try this for a second. 120. What? Am I that big of an idiot? 319, 369. Like on the, it's like on the mark. Did I mess up the build when I was doing the damage numbers with it? We'll have to pass over refactor anyway, but or yeah, because both of those are way close for it not to be that. Actually, is it on the drone different? Also 120. That one doesn't line up though. 203. Well, that one's also in the ballpark. So they were acting as if they had one skill tier less, which, yeah, I might have messed that up when I was doing that. Okay, but also then we'll need to look at the refactors thingies there. Sometimes take away that tier from technician just for testing purposes, but maybe I did that and forgot to put it back on that character. If that's the case, I might have been there for a while. Either way, it doesn't matter. We can look at how much that skill efficiency adds in. That's the big prize anyway. Yeah. Yeah, let's just remove that to avoid confusion. Just get that out of here. Because all of those values don't apply to the ballistic ones. One thing I will want to have then is this. Let's make this a second set. And this can become is this number divided by this number. Actually, no. That might be handy if we make this a percentage. Do it. Yeah. All of these should be the same, but just to illustrate, kind of like a drone is a lot less damage than the turret. Of course, it can go and skirmish and stuff, but yeah. So this is F C. Is that how you spell it? No idea. let's do this here already. It's actually on the main file do that as well, because yeah, I kind of want that one can stay merged. So I should do that on the main file real quick. For future. There we go. Okay. So command links, always on passives, skill efficiency, passive mods, but this is literally just one 90 30. 0 21 90 30. So this is SP equal S over D, and then this is plus 15 HSD. I think that's literally the only passive. I know it's a name, but oh yeah, so let's put this here. Let's try again. If at first you don't succeed, give up, go home. just surrender. If at first you don't get past Mike, 1%. Okay. The rest of it, we kind of need the game. If I don't remember the passives, and they aren't listed actually even in the patch notes and stuff. And 11k ship here. I need to even see that. Great. Yeah, thanks, Vite. And then once we're kind of through all of it, we'll see. I think might be easiest if I like request edit access, and we might just try shortcutting it over there. I tried it with a file that did work actually now. In the past, it didn't used to work with shortcuts, and I shared, but then I can stay local with you, so I have always edit access, and then maybe in the future we'll go and because I would love to one of the kind of like with the DPS tables where we had like the on build. I was meaning always to make a one where it's just all the builds of the collection, and then there are DPSs and stuff. But if you have those metrics in there already, then that's a good start to kind of build upon. Yeah. Can I find, so what season was that? Year 7, season 1, right? So that's back here somewhere. What was this even about? Oh yeah, that guy. Sometimes I name some stuff just weird stuff, especially when it's like for no particular reasons or as rebuttals to people. But yeah, I totally forgot why this one is called Stop Saying Dumb Stuff, Chuck. Because that was a guy called Chuck that was very adamant on Reddit that they really understood the game and had wisdom. When their wisdom was that like OD applies to Pesty, which it hasn't for like a year at that point and a year and a half at this point. Oh yeah. So wait, Y24 would be that as well, right? Somewhere in here is a backfire. It's nimble. No. Somewhere in this back. I would expect it maybe to be global modifier. I would expect it to be in here. How much did we gain there even? Oh yeah, the old calculators. These look so old and quaint now in comparison to like the. This looks like the Star Trek, the original series, and then this is like the Enterprise or the Enterprise D of Next Generation. At least to me, kind of. It looks so old and quaint and white and just simple. No. I mean, people haven't been saying super stupid shit. I mean, they have, but just not enough for me to go all in on anybody recently. There was something recently that was like that would make a. Was oh yeah, but that wasn't really like. As a core of for no particular reason is also usually to try to have like some thing that we teach in there and kind of like basically we use an example as a teaching tool is kind of more the idea of that one. But I was thinking of doing for no particular reason of just don't be that guy. Especially at the start of this season when everybody was burnt out and stuff and everybody was like we had a bunch of people that were just explicitly that guy. You know. The annoying uncle at Thanksgiving. Even though that I've never been to a Thanksgiving, but I feel everybody knows what that means basically. Feels so weird. And I was gonna see to make a little bit before you get 100% accuracy, and I just can't aim. I think it's also like with all things that isn't similar to something you've done a lot, unless you've been headhunting a lot already. It'll always feel a little weird. You definitely have to, yeah. The thing to do, Regulus doesn't need it as much as Harvest, but it's definitely. So that was the thing that I very much had going into the build showcase because I did a pistol Headhunter build showcase, which, yeah, maybe we're checking. Plug. The thing is to get into the habit of just you stop. You wait, yeah, you give it like, that little bit, but you especially just like not moving. So you don't, when you want to take your shot, you just stop. You don't like side strafe. And especially having a bulwark shield, even at like 0 tiers and stuff, that's like sturdy enough to kind of take some hits. But yeah, especially just stand still and then fire. That was really the thing I was trying to instill in myself for that build showcase. That's with all things is, yeah, I'm just spend some time with it and you'll get better with it. I feel definitely if I like when we did that build showcase, I felt like, yeah, not as good as some others, but as good as I was gonna be. And most of that week I was running like the headhunters. That's kind of the thing. You kind of get into it, into the rhythm, and then you also quite quickly lose it as well if you don't keep up with it. So, oh yeah, there is definitely still plenty of. The thing is though that, yeah, mostly I'm looking for it to be something of a technical nature so that we can kind of not just go like, hey, look at this asshole, but hey, look at the mistake that this asshole made, and then show why it is a mistake. And usually as well, preferably why they were dumb to double down, because also they need to double down. Which is the thing I feel nowadays happens less and less, is if I go into a discussion up against someone, sometimes not that it's like it's a reputation of being in a video game and or playing a video game a lot, but people will tend to back down, or somebody else will come into it and go like, do you know who you're talking to? And it's just like, usually it's not, they don't. But then, just because of that, they kind of back down a little on their, which is actually a bad thing, because yeah, if they double down, then I always like it when people, double down on dumb stuff, because that takes away my, then I can go all in on them. Not that that's a good thing, but yeah. So we were just wait. So tier 5 crit chance is just 10%, right? And then loaded up was, how much was loaded up then? Or what is loaded up here even? Oh, loaded up's crit damage. And then yeah, it was the active here especially, yeah. So how much was loaded up? What is this pulling from? Okay. Wait, E45, what? Oh, it was a quarter of your crit chance. That was what it was. Yeah, yeah. So okay, so this is the backfire stacks. This is loaded up. Okay. Yeah. But then we basically need the game for this one. But yeah, we can take. So I'm sure we should do it like the other ones, plus 20 first and then plus 40. So we put that here. So this is on just red. And then backfire. So wait, which season was this? Again? It's year 7, season 1, right? It's weird that it adds that there. I think keyboard inputs are, yeah. And then this is active. I already put the backfire into here. And then Mikey Boy is still there. Let me catch over here. We get for Witcher Pistol Bruiser, not per se. The tech tanks are much more reliant on just continuous fire. They are shooty builds. Regulus is especially good for headhunting builds. Because yeah, it doesn't actually have good from the perspective of DPS. It doesn't actually have great DPS, but it has good hitting power. So even while it has there is kind of like top DPS or something, that's not true because we can fire a Tempest actually at its RPM and land all the shots, or well, most of the shots. But the Regulus is especially for headhunting. Oh, let me go shop. And with the strongest CPS, high-end wise, I mean the glass high-end is kind of the go-to. We updated that one. I think we have, right? That's this one. I'll put it. The thing is, though, that situationally you could definitely find even something that works a little stronger on certain stuff, like the pesty setup with the Lingma stuff. But this as just kind of an all-rounder high-end. Keep in mind that high-ends, like even this, I would much rather just run a striker. And then with the obliterate, honestly. The gear sets are too large nowadays. The gear sets are just humongous. And there is basically a little bit for every taste. Okay. Let's write this down actually here. So this was 10 CHC and and then CHC times 0.25 is plus CHD. And then the active, what did the active do? $100 CHC. Oh yeah, and then we gain the same as well from this. So this is loaded up. This was just passive. Oh, catch up. Not a bit of Rogue's Glove for him. Form Glove is the best option. Yeah, you could also do some retaliations with him. And Hyena is the faction. It's for Hyena completions. Because then, yeah, if they get the blueprint themselves, they can also craft for it. And in the runs, you can also be targeted gloves and have a chance of getting it. Thing is, though, there's what was it again? Was it 5 or 6 gloves? Keep forgetting exotic wise. Exodus, Rugged. Well, no, let's say that was BTSU, Exodus, Rugged, Overdogs, Bloody. So 5. There's 5 in there, which makes it kind of hard to get the exact one you're after. Even if you get exotic, it's likely to be one that is. But yeah, just do a bunch of retaliations with them, preferably hyenas, and then either you might get it as a drop set to targeted gloves, and otherwise on a long enough timeline you're guaranteed to eventually get the or for them to get the blueprint, and then they can craft one. What's my go-to build? It depends, solo or in group setting. Solo, I run a bunch of the tech tanks, especially the Striker and Heartbreaker tech tanks. I like pesty setups quite a bit as well. So, for instance, the high-end pesty, like this one, I run this a lot solo as well. In group settings, I'm quite often, either on some damage dealer that can nowadays be quite a few builds. Striker is the obvious one, but you can also go tipping skills. You can go Coco. You can go you can Umbra, for instance, or stuff like that. But I like playing a lot of, I actually play a variety of builds quite a lot. So, well, for solo, the Heartbreaker tech tank especially, and then group setting, if I have to get shit done, Strikers, just obliterate or chest strikers depending on situation. That's the one that just is the workhorse. And it is Jake. And if you're not familiar with the tech tanks, because that's not per se a common thing, you're in the recommended list. I'll put it in both chats there. There's a section of tech tanks, and the tech tanks are basically, there's a memento in there. It's a technician with artificer and a shield. The artificer just heals the shield, making you pretty tanky, and then the rest of the build is just set up to murder stuff. I would say this is kind of the most basic version of it as well. But that one's in there under the tech tank header. I do need to rework actually the recommended list as well. Maybe we do that actually. If I because I kind of, for the backfire, I need to have the backfire actually and have the game loaded up because I don't have all the metrics for it. Because actually here we have now 2 Heartbreakers. We can just put both of them here. Yeah, maybe we go there in a second. But we can still do a few things here before we go there. Wait, first of all, let's get 850, 1.9. Max size 50. Actually, I need the base. Which I'll go over here because these guys have the base. I don't have the base. And I always have the watch in there. So that's the backfire in there. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, Rob, actually. Request for build, and is it worth it? There's so much. There are some that are worth it. It's especially the turtle hybrids. Assuming, that you're talking on the PvE end. Actually, recently, in that same recommended list, there was actually a header of Turdro, which is, TURDRO, just half of each thing. As you can go here. Well, actually, yeah, so some of these are, it's not updated actually, because the Cocoa ones aren't in there. But in the build collection, if you're familiar with that, we just recently added in, and I like this setups a lot actually. For instance, this one, so 4.06 in the collection. This is a turtle drone hybrid, so it has a turtle drone, Cocoa pieces to do the Cocoa gear set thing, and then this one takes a while to kind of get going, especially solo, but once it's going, you keep your stacks for a long time, so it works out kind of. There's also kind of a striker variant of this, which also works out pretty well. I actually prefer those to, even like full-blooded turtle drone and stuff, because these actually, you keep quite a lot of damage on the weapon end. Not as much as a red build, of course, but you can still quite quickly kill it. But yeah, all of those are under here under Turdro. This is, for instance, the Negotiator one. This one I like as well a lot. But all of them are kind of similar. You take Capacitor, you take Technician, Turtron. Skill tiers just for these, and then and the Capacitor, and then the rest is just going crit chance, crit damage. That's kind of the thought process behind all of them. So change the TS build. Yeah, the tipping skills is going to be, for the obliterate variant, which is actually the way I'm presenting it, I think. Yeah, because every obliterate chest is going to, not every actually, but almost all obliterate chests are going to become equalizer because they have to. Also, this build picture is going to change to be with overdogs as the main picture. We'll put the contractors in the corner, but the overdogs as the main. This was kind of made before I was really settled on if overdogs worked out well enough, and yeah, the answer is very much yes. Turns out. Let me close a few of these bajillion tabs I've opened. This can go. Yeah, this can go. That stays. Oh. That stays. This can go. I'm not trying to edit anything. Go away. I'm definitely not trying to edit anything. Go away. Yeah, maybe I should spend some time with a recommended list. It could already use some upgrades, and then yeah, let me get you up here. Stuff. I'm guessing that's not working. You mean this build should work. If nothing else, let's make sure that it does. Put the build collection there. I'll pop up a link in a second. That link works, right? No, at least for me it is. Let me know if it's somewhere not working. Because sometimes it breaks somewhere. Claiming to come from a big game doesn't understand everything. Yeah, those are the worst. Any person that actually knows anything will not preface it with like, I'm a dev. Usually the people that do that kind of stuff are always the worst. like, yeah, you bring that in if you need it in a conversation of like, I have some experience in the field or something with this, but usually the people that bandish it around, it's just like, nah. Oh, still Mike, right? Yeah. But yeah, Adrian, let me know if that link worked for you. Otherwise, let me know if it's broken somewhere specific, because I have it linked in a bunch of places. So chance we'll talk about in this motion OBS, and the game actually tracks your history from day one. Okay, there's a replay. Wait, sometimes just wait, just like yeah, yeah. Disregard everything that person has ever said, then, because that sounds like a lot of work. Also, why would you do it that way? The thing to remember with a lot of development is just like you have to think about it in the forms of like, how do you actually make something work? And then like that's usually as well the reason that it's broken in a specific way. But yeah, somebody that's dumb enough to say that is yeah, disregard everything they ever have to say, and also hopefully they no longer work in the industry, because holy shit. Actually spend days far now, of course. Only you don't need them anymore. Yeah. Except the parts where, yeah, quite often you farm for a thing and you get it on the second run, like I did with the Catalyst or something. No idea. Is that normal? The thing with Memento is especially you want to be running it for a while. You want to charge it up, especially that long time buff, basically, that 5-minute buff. That's the one you especially rely on. The thing is, the Memento there can do so much more than, yeah, for instance, Liquid Engineer can. Because while the Liquid Engineer just gives you a little bit of bonus armor, the Memento's regen, its damage. For instance, in that tech tank as well, it's also skill efficiency. The skill efficiency actually goes into the repair of the Artificer and into the health of the shield. So, but yeah, Memento can just do more things. But also, yeah, you need to kind of, that's always, with when I'm playing the tech tanks and stuff as well, it's just, I have to kind of play it slow until the Memento is kind of charged up, and then we go a little bit faster. But also the thing to remember that like missions and stuff have like 100 enemies in them, right? Like 30 kills is not that long, especially if you consider as well that like when they deploy a turret, that's also an extra thing. If they deploy an RC car, that's also an extra draw. And then for some builds, like the tech tanks, it's also beneficial when you, on top of that, also it's a close range build or it's an aggressive build, so it also picks up the short time buffs as well. So and then and then it really goes. Oh, I know, Eugene. Yeah, yeah. Don't listen to anything what Eugene has ever said. A person that deletes their history over and over again, like, yeah, he's been someone that I've considered on just making for no particular reason specifically on that. Yeah. But yeah, they don't understand anything about anything, even though they talk big. The maintenance is, yeah, the stated thing is server stability. Outside of that, we don't know. But yeah, seeing as they're doing it on a Friday, yeah. We're good. From the caches, they don't seem to have touched that, but yeah, the patch is already downloaded and dissected, so. This one in the first person adjust the game, yeah. He's a fucking idiot. Just, yeah. He's one of the reasons I don't go to Reddit anymore at all. Him and like a few other names there that are just always there and just always like Every time you see their name, you go like, "Oh, I'm about to read something very, very, very stupid, aren't I?" But yeah, Eugene is one of the poster childs for that. So okay. Well, you'll run into that guy at some point. Oh, if it wasn't on Reddit, likely it's whatever other name. Because yeah, that hits all the markers of that guy. So likely that was whatever his Reddit handle is that, and then does he write with like break in thing of like when he wants to go off on a tangent, he just puts like that well, actually, is it M dash? No, he doesn't use M dash, it says double dash. Double dash break, double dash. Which is a very big giveaway. That is him. Because I've seen him. I don't remember what his Discord name was, but it was different. If I don't, so that yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the guy I'm talking about, they delete their history on Reddit quite often, so only the most recent dumb stuff stays there. I need to care. Just Division 2. Wait, let's do it like her, and then oh yeah, it's Dan for a bit. But hopefully it'll come back up in a little bit. The estimated time ends in 10 minutes. So we'll see. Hopefully they haven't said anything yet, right? Aw, they have said something already. The maintenance has been extended by an additional hour. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So yeah, it's not 10 minutes, it's an hour and 10 minutes. Hopefully that's the only extension they need. Well, it's good on them to let us know before actually the timer runs out, because sometimes they do it after, but... was fighting rogues on Summit, Killer wasn't active, Vigilance wouldn't stay up. Something that's saying, oh yeah. The thing is, Overdogs just in general on a time scale will be better. But also the thing I would always do is have a backup. Have a backup for... so basically on every build where I'm putting Overdogs, actually, I've already done that for myself, and we're going to kind of discuss that with when we do the build collection update. But most builds are either set up that either, for instance, I get a second piece of unit in there, if it's a AR build, or I have the option to swap to Tinkerer. So for instance, on the Heartbreaker on the build collection, it's shown with Overdogs, and then like Tinkerer in the corner. But it's actually saved with 5 pieces. So I can just go Overdogs out, the Heartbreaker big piece goes back in there, and then Tinkerer comes in the mask slot, and swap the weapons around to make that work, of course, and then yeah. I mean, yeah. Especially, yeah, the rogues is, for instance, one of those things. The second they get their drones out and stuff, you either need to, or well, skills, you either need to destroy them to get Overdogs back into play, which is just, yeah, not always an option. But it can be worth it. Like if they're putting down, like if they're putting up a drone or something, healing drone, it's better to just shoot the drone down. But sometimes also, yeah, a flame turret just goes into a corner, or a mortar goes somewhere in a corner, and it's just not worth going and fighting that, maybe getting hit by it and just trying to destroy that, and then going back to the rogues. You might as well just avoid it and just try to shoot the rogue. But yeah, that's definitely the thing with Overdogs. You always want to have a plan B for the places it doesn't work. Indeed. Womp womp. One more hour. But yeah, we can in this time do a little bit of this. Actually, we're gonna do 24. Actually, for this, we can take. Although the crit chance, crit damage will be different. So those we take out for now. Hmm. Uh, 90s. Yeah. So this would be 100. $30. Those are the weapon damage we can already say. 70 headshots. So if you pull up the backfire build, we can at least fill these two in. Bookfire. It's on character 3 or on character 4 actually. Hmm. 6096, yeah. 6096. Now, yeah, we need to do BF stack. Is and then plus 2 times whatever's in this field. I need a bio break in a second. Ooh, you know what? Let's make that second down, actually. I don't know. Let's fill it in for a sec before I forget this part. So, nah, I should have. Indecision. I'll be right back as I'll take a quick bio break and then we'll continue on here. Totally a moment of like, oh, I can hold this for a second, and my body just going, no, you can't.
Press
run
space
to
to
the
start.
toilet now.
Press escape to quit.
I don't know why I'm even hitting that button there. Let's go back to here. Oh, yeah. So we can double check it with the game later, but all this would really gain us will just be crit damages, right? So this is plus 24. And this would be plus 48. So basically take 2 bleeds out. So 2 bleeds? No, 1 bleed out, and then 3 stats. All become 12s. Crit damages. Yeah. Um. Oh, actually, wait. Did this season have some? Because it had hazard protection too, right? I don't think we even included that in here per se. Because it was 296 as well still. Didn't this season have hazard protection as well? Safety first. Oh, is that that? Oh, yeah. So safety first was hazard protection as well. So we even have that on top. So 1.5. HZP. Need to look it up again, but I'm pretty sure it was 37 and a half. So that season was already this. Plus, this is this number plus 10. And then actually even plus whatever's in this field times 0.25. Spreadsheet. Oh, plus. Oh, yeah. Does this check out? Why would it be a 0.5? Yeah. How would this be a 0.5? What? We'll figure that out in a second. What was this? 321 or 369. I thought 361.5. Are we reading the same number? We should actually. The bill doesn't change. 361.5. Sorry. reading the same number. And then if we take this and put it here, but then actually, so we need this one to be this one. And this is 100. 369. 369. 369. Yeah. Yeah. Let me catch up actually. This was color coded inside. Yeah, that would be too easy. That's the thing. I've seen a lot of people like go like, yeah, they should just come with veterancy. The thing is, that would be super OP. Consider anything like Countdown, where everything's elite and named. It's always active. Same for Shroud. Like you would always be able to start on a red if it's the inverse, basically. So, or on elite. And yeah, with Overdogs would just be. That's why they went with the archetypes and stuff, because yeah, otherwise for master and stuff as well, several legendary rooms and stuff. Oh well, glad to have the respect there for that. And also, yeah, the thing is, just for general play, like if you're just doing missions and activities, just Overdogs overall ends up being like, just because it is so large, it just averages out to be. But for specific situations, it's worth considering, like if you're doing raid, incursion, if you're doing, because even for instance, legendaries, some legendaries it works out. DUA, for instance, the boss, when you're fighting the boss, which is one of the, the fight you kind of want to set up for. There it works, but then for Roosevelt with the Marauders, it doesn't, because you want to kill the Marauders first and stuff. So there's still a little bit of consideration like that, but yeah, it's let's know if you really think about it. No, the other way around. Something in the cover you can't get to, that doesn't matter for it, because it's the archetyping, like, especially if you don't even consider it. The thing is, like, yeah, if it was that and it was balanced in a way where, it's damage increase, you had to like do the thing of it. The thing is, it's 30%, where a coyote is like 7 to 10, maybe. And a tinkerer is like, depending on talent, maybe 16. And then yeah, Overdogs is straight up 30 when it's active. Like yeah, it's in its own league. There's a reason why it's become the go-to. But yeah, most of the time it actually does work. That's kind of the issue. Because honestly, for me, I would be much more in favor of it being kind of balanced, especially because also it's working for some things it shouldn't. Which causes a little bit of issues. I'm not going to include anything like that in the build collection, but yeah, it does work, for instance, for Oxy, which I feel it shouldn't, seeing as it says amplified weapon damage. Amplifies weapon damage. But, oh yeah, although the thing is, like for instance, Cody as well, like yeah, in a group setting having one of them is kind of nice, but otherwise the competition is especially the Tinkerer, because a Tinkerer with 2 good damage talents, especially Killer plus Measured, basically like is quite a bit ahead of Coyote as well. I can't show that's working, no, but you can tell from the damage when it's up quite easily. It's quite a massive damage difference. And yeah, it really depends. It does depend though on what you're doing. Like, you don't want to use it. Yeah, for instance, in some, you like an incursion, you wouldn't want to fight the lovebirds with it because it's not going to work out there. That's why you always do need a backup plan, but for just general use, there is no, like if you're just doing missions, if you're just doing activities, stuff that we do a lot, countdowns, retaliations, it's just going to have so much uptime that it's well worth it. Yeah, it's the pick, basically. It's going to free. Even with the Exodus, I wouldn't give up the revive hype because there's plenty of stuff that will outright kill you, even if you trigger that. And the Exodus is also fine. The thing is, when we're kind of talking about those, Overdags and Tinkerer come up a lot, Coyote as well a little bit, but we should also always consider basically, Nimble, Centurion, Bloody Knuckles, Exodus. All of those are also pretty good in their own situations. But Centurion is also really good, actually. It just requires you to do shit, so because of that, a lot of people don't. Let's take this at 30. So what would this be then? Yeah, that's the thing. Like for this one, I need the game because I have no idea what a backfire on this would be. Although we can approximate it, right? Because it's this, right? 96, and then 7 times 12 on top, right? But that's obliterate one, of course, or Chesco on that. Because also, we don't need the 2Bs this. And also, I could have overdogs. Actually, let's stick overdogs in there. I mean, we can just math this out, right? So this is 45 base plus this will be 61 there, so we would need, it's kind of hard to $12 times 9 plus 15 from mods. Let me catch up here. Well, once more, let me catch up here. Those build guys. No, I'll likely come in next week somewhere. We'll get it ready for Christmas-ish time. Partake with Bighorn Striker Overdogs and Unit Allo Holster. 3 million per tick? Or do you mean just per hit? Usually tick is mostly just for a debuff or something, or an overtime damage. Let me get over. So working on pestilence, also bug. Hard to tell. I don't think it should apply to the pestilence, but they might disagree. The thing is, it's in the past. There's been other places where, for instance, OD specifically, OD used to apply to turret and drone, and then also to pestilence. They specifically changed it especially for the turret and drone, and it no longer applied to Bestie as well afterwards. Because Bestie is effectively in the background, it's kind of like it's running codes which is similar to skills. That's also why several times it has had to be amended for when talents affecting skills have come in to not apply to it. So we'll have to see as well in the long run if that stays. But now we've had it for a season, so I'm like, for now it is, and then we'll see. We'll see where it goes. This is even kind of, yeah, you don't want to run Exodus in a group. It's kind of, it's often considered a dick move as basically you're going, hey, this enemy that you thought was targeting me is now targeting somebody else. Have fun. Bye. Because, yeah, for instance, if you're fighting the hunters and stuff, they're instantly going to snap to the next best target, and that can be jarring for the person receiving it. Just don't know how does overdogs work in the first area. You place tanks in the front, some reds behind them, and some randoms on our back. Using drones on you, it just works out because the first, when you're shooting, there's a bunch of assaults and stuff. They'll get buffed. But then, for instance, that room is maybe one of the lesser rooms it would be effective in. Because also once you've kind of killed the assault, it's active against... I always forget if mini tanks are second tier. I think they are, right? Mini tanks are second tier, I think. Then it would be against that and stuff. But also, specifically, Black Dusk is one of the places where it's weaker. But the thing is, it basically just needs a 30% uptime to beat most other picks. So even a 30% uptime would be enough for it. And especially once you're, for instance, fighting the choppers and stuff, the stuff that's coming out, quite often. So if it's controller plus tank, which, for instance, comes out of the last chopper, that's all the same tier. So until they hit the ground, you're bonused against everything. And all you need to eke out is basically, a 33% uptime on it, and it's still better than everything else. But then that's also not the place for it, because also then on the boss fight, it's 100% active on the boss. Like, that's the counterpart to it. Because yeah, you could find places where it doesn't work, and yeah, Black Dusk is the worst faction for it, but when you're going around doing just, outcast activities, it's really up a lot. Because there's even better places to show where it doesn't work. For instance, Roosevelt final fight. You want to kill the Marauders first. The Marauders are the higher tier. Yeah. Stop playing this game. Sorry, what? Are you okay, Kevin? Something like this every single day. What? Do you mean the maintenance? No, very simply. And are you okay? Because you don't seem to be. Because then there's also a language barrier there, man. But the servers are down. They extended it for an hour, so it's another, if nothing else, likely 40 minutes. So it is what it is. This game needs its servers. The servers sometimes need maintenance and sometimes need emergency maintenance, and So, but to be silent, some progress. Oh no, your sets are equipped. No, that could be indeed. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Allegro likely in a future season as a weapon talent, just, the normal Allegro. Because at this point, they could just put a, 12% RPM rate of fire, maybe, or something, on a weapon just as a normal talent. You already have the invisible hand as the AR with perfect, and then, you add the LMG and SMG or something for that season. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see that. It's actually the one I've been expecting for a few seasons. It's an easy one for them to do. Yes, striker because it's from both sets. The other way around. So on striker, the equalizer plus unit is actually the pick over equalizer plus salve. RPM, you don't want to, like, it's going into the same rate of fire pool as striker, so you're getting diminution returns. It works out better actually on gear sets where you don't have rate of fire. So the exact opposite. So watch out with just giving advice when it's wrong. Because yeah, people will take some sentence that I've heard somewhere, but yeah, it's the exact opposite of that. Like on striker, actually, you're pushing rate of fire high enough that the salvo is like, even if you're going two-piece unit, you're going two-piece, equalizer plus unit. Not equalizer plus salvo. Diminishing returns and full red versus bullet scores. So the thing is, any additive system, whenever there is parts of it that are additive to themselves and then multiply against rest, what you're doing is when you're adding 10 weapon damage, the way to kind of see it is like you have the whole build's damage, right? If you increase that by 10%, you're doing 10% more damage. Here, when you're adding 10% weapon damage, you're adding, the weapon damage is like, of the whole, is just, one part of it. So you're just adding 10% here, and that's multiplying against everything else. But you're increasing basically a part within the whole by 10%, and that's a lot less than the full 10%. So that's why anything that is like, going into an already existing pool, including like DTA, DTOC, stuff like that, if there's already a source for it and you add into it, same for rate of fire. When you have rate of fire from striker and you add the rate of fire in from unit, there as well, you start getting diminishing returns. Because you're feeding into a pool that already exists, that's multiplying against everything else, but you're basically, instead of increasing everything, you're increasing this part by 5%, for instance, with unit. That's I feel the cleanest way to kind of think about it. Let me catch what you for. Yeah. Indeed. Same here. We're also here hanging, chilling with Mike. I feel that would also be a good podcast name. Just every time there's a maintenance, just record a podcast and then you just, name it Chilling with Mike. With no Hasbro. I mean, yeah, a lot of people. Full group with Exodus. I've actually seen that with early on when the Exodus kind of came in and everybody was kind of running it just for proficiency and stuff. There was like one countdown where it went like there were like 5 of us or something around the hunters at the extraction, and it just went basically just one person poofed and went just like poof 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 poof. Just 5 people's exoduses triggered in a row like that. Just because, yeah, the hunter just basically, went from one target to the next and just burned them down and just, triggered the exodus. Sometimes, yeah, that's gonna a funny one. And they're sincere. It's close at hosts are any good? Not really. Not nowadays anymore. Back in the day, it could be a stand-in before Imminence Armaments came, and we now have like a 3-piece bonus as well for pistols. Back in the day, it could be a piece you would put in just to fill in, so you could go Memento on like the high end, but nowadays not so much. And they plan. And they their lupus. That doesn't need to be seen as the worst way you can go. Versus what? Because yeah, it's not the worst. Like Chaska Grupo loses out against it, so it's like at least for ARs, it is still a little bit ahead for that. My pick is definitely Equalizer Overdogs or Chaska Overdogs for Chest Striker. What they're doing in the game right now, nothing to the game. There is a patch, but yeah, keep in mind that patches and stuff, it's not like the servers go down and then they start typing. The patch and stuff was already ready. They take the main servers down to maintenance them and stuff, and then, you know, while the maintenance is happening, like basically, yeah, they'll exchange in like the patched version of the game into the server files. But the servers themselves are just getting maintenance and stuff, and you know, well, in this case as well. So there was some people getting some deltas and stuff, and some desyncs happening. I'm wondering if it's for that. I didn't see it being widespread, but because also, yeah, the patch is already out, and there doesn't seem to be any changes per se, right? Just went to the winter key farms. I don't think there is a way to patch that out without like severely changing the bounty system. Because yeah, it's a bounty, so it's always going to have the things we can do to a bounty. We can always trade in, or you know, have somebody start the bounty but not be there to finish it, stuff like that, and maintain it. Like there's not much they can do to, unless they like really rework the bounty system, but that's not something. I don't think it's for that. I think actually it's just for, I mean, their stated goal was just for server stability stuff, so we'll see what it turns out, maybe. Get rejected. So when did they on a AR build, they either choose Walker or Conduct Slows, not both. It depends, because also alongside of diminishing returns is the question of actually opportunity cost. So sometimes you just don't have the option, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if something is giving diminishing returns and how much. It's much more like what's the best option, right? Because it isn't always, you know, it isn't like, oh, I take 5 damage, you know, or, you know, just full on damage or 5% rate of fire or something like that. So it becomes a puzzle to kind of find where the balance point is and where it shifts. That's why we calculate stuff out and go like, okay, so how much does this version do? And how much does that version do? And then also you start getting into the thing, okay, how much armor is there, right? Like, like I go with 60 quite often, but some people also disagree heavily with that. So yeah, there's a lot of factors, but the core of it is simple, is the thing. But in that case, for instance, yeah, it really depends on what other choices you also have. So, and how much would they gain you? Oh, in the combo of unit striker, that's I mean, yeah. No, we're talking there more just you know, for places where Overdogs isn't active. Because yeah, you do want to back up. Or also some places, yeah, you just want that as the main even. Because some places that doesn't work out. The thing is, Tinker always exists, but there the thing was especially about units plus salvo or units plus a second piece unit on Striker specifically. And the thing is, especially salvo, because of the rate of fire already there, is actually worse than just the normal unit piece for Striker specifically. I need hard. Because I've seen already a lot of Equalizer plus salvo, and that should basically all be Equalizer plus unit, actually. If you're even going that route, if you just don't want to run exotic, but yeah. There is a reason why basically all the strikers in here have become either, you know, Equalizer Tinkerer, Equalizer Coyote, Equalizer Overdogs, Equalizer Tinkerer again, and Equalizer Overdogs. Like, just an exotic goes in, especially. Yeah. Is this correct? Actually, oh, this would be 70 as well. It's 30. So let me actually catch up here. This buff chances key drops and higher difficulty than normal difficult bandies. Thing is, if the loot is good, like that'll be incentive enough. I've mostly been farming heroic ones. I'm just likely not even going to cheese it much or cheat it in much. But I'm mostly just waiting for a good targeted, and then the heroic will be worth it for that because it drops a lot of loot. Look at plus this. We don't know for extra chances. Just nonsense, yeah. That's definitely the drop rates, yeah. I mean, I always love it, like when people actually, I think in that way of like, oh, they're coding in the background now, right? It's just like no, like any change that we're going to make, it's already in that patch that we already downloaded. And yeah, it could very well be. That's also what it could be is even just like something they wanted to like have go. It might even just be the content creator project or something. Like even that, like that seems a lot more plausible than everything else, honestly. Let me get you over here. So, I mean, the difference isn't large. It's not a large difference going with equalizer salvo. It's just one simple calculation kind of really leads you to unit, second piece unit, but that's also something that is not always done. Camera day shooting. So if you saw the footage earlier, yeah, that's still a 5D Mark III, so ancient. It's from the Stone Age. Dinosaurs used to shoot with that, but yeah, that's a really old camera. But that's still my workhorse. Also, I take it to there because I'm not like it has basically no value ish anymore. Like it's from a company owning perspective, which I work as a freelancer. It's already written off, so I'm also not afraid if it gets broken, stolen, or stuff like that. More recently, if I'm doing actually photo shoots and stuff, I've been renting a lot of Sony gear. The 9 series, especially, like whatever is like their most recent 9 series each time, especially. Those are really good. And yeah, their eye detection, like definitely if I'm likely going to at some point upgrade. Nowadays, the thing is, I've been mostly like just shooting at the venue I work for, and there it's fine. And also, I want something sturdy and old and like that I don't care too much about because I'm throwing it around quite a lot, and it's not a like kind of safe environment for any equipment. But yeah, I've been kind of looking at the R series, something R series from Canon. Mostly because I have a lot of Canon lenses, so I can adapt those in. But likely as well, if I buy that, I'm likely just going to keep this and then just buy, a 70 to 200 and a 24 to 70, and just that's all I need anyway, basically, for most of it. Server side strictly. Not sure. Could be not 6 gigs. We'll see. We'll see when the game's back up. You know what? Maybe they brought survival in. If we're going speculating, might as well go deep. Just this is the survival release. Not survivors. They just put survival. just that game mode in Division 2. Actually, it's to patch in all the pixies. There weren't enough pixies. It's Christmas. We need more pixies. To crush into dust and snort like cocaine. That's where the Christmas joy comes from, right? Oh, this is less of it. Not this one. Okay, but then, yeah. I mean, that's it's more just a timing thing, right? So it could be also server side related. Okay, there's already stuff in the files. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Let's finish off this. 'Cause I'm kind of stuck on this the whole time. So, if there was a striker, we would need crit chance wise. How would we land? We would need 10 plus. Wait, so 10 plus 12. 22 plus 21, 43. 43, 49, 61. 3, so 3, so we need 3 less here. Yeah. Oh, the woman has 15, shit. So you have a fucking spreadsheet here, dumbass. 10 plus 12 plus 15 plus 21. It's 58. So that's 2. Yeah, so that's a chance and a chance. So all 9 are... should actually check if 60 whatever is better. Might be actually. I don't know, 58 is going to beat it because it's just 2 points. And then whatever this section is. There we go. And then yeah, this we need to check in the game in the future. That makes 0 sense. What? It's only a 16% difference? No, that can't be. With the with the overdogs off, of course. Nice. Oh yeah, okay. So a lot of it is coming from there. That's fine though. Yeah, so still feel this should be more. Is it not more? Oh. Elijah, well, the other ones also don't have it yet, but this is a 1.2. Elijah, yeah, these need to be 1.15 as well. That looks a little bit more. Okay, 20% sounds a little bit more acceptable. Reasonable. Divide by 1.15. Let's do one of those again. And yeah, let me catch up here. So what do you think is the best pestilence build is? Nowadays it's between the high end Langmo setup, which is kind of this, and this can get up to its max stacks and stuff. Basically just needs 5 kills. But also, since Coco came in, Concentrated Company makes for a really good Pestilence build as well. But it needs quite a bit of more time to get going. I'll link to the build collection here. Both of those builds are in there. You can... no, actually, it's just... Nightbot? Nightbot is drunk. Because I was about to say, both of those weren't. You know what, I'll link it myself. But yeah, both of them kind of work differently. The Coco one is definitely easier to put together as well. But Coco, either you're kind of playing in a group or you take your time to kind of get it stacked up. And this one has a much more upfronty damage. You can also go Striker. But with Striker, like I would just wouldn't use the Pesty there. But there you would go Sacrifice Gear. Oh, what happened to Nightbot there? Just went for a walk. He's just out there. Chat is just like going and hanging out with ChatGPT. And there's Jabrizi. Inside Pat, indeed. Can we trade Mike01 for ChatGPT 5.0 or something? That one seems a little bit more, you know. We could ask it questions and it could give us answers it hallucinated. What's the best Division 2 build? It's Lone Star. That's a Division 1 build. No. I do hope, well, eventually when we get Division 3, as I have hair in my hand, that they make Striker again, and Striker is the meta
Press
again.
space to start. Press escape to
Actually,
quit.
we should hang on the mic. Just 3 games in a row we can have. Does Resurgence have Striker? Actually, those that have seen some Resurgence gameplay. Skill damage and skill tiers, so somebody did red, blue, and no. So yeah, the yellow one still needs to happen. That'll get done likely as well somewhere, likely after Coco. I was hoping to get it done like last season, didn't happen, so it kind of got, you know, pushed out by other stuff. But it's definitely still gonna happen. Because yeah, I want all 3. I want to have all 3. So that, you know, we're gonna link people to it. But yeah, that'll come in the future. It's pretty good for legend missions, like more tanky. The thing is, you wouldn't like the synergy there, especially between Striker and Legendary, is just too good. You can just do the mission with Undead Fury. You wouldn't want it to be actually too tanky, because the more tanky you make it, that actually doesn't work out in Legendary. You want to have the kill time. You want to, with Legendary, it's much more important to be able to just take out the severe threats. But honestly, any of the Legendaries you could likely get done with Undead Fury. But you would need to play differently and stuff. Like, there is enough damage there. But long left on the update, so they extended it by an hour, and that was like 45 minutes ago. So hopefully in 15 minutes Hopefully. My hope is fully. Are we skimmed fully? No, we're fully. Hopefully. We're already, yeah. But they extended it by 1 already as well. Isn't the skill also good? Yes. Well, or you mean for Pesty? No. Like, it doesn't do much for Pesty. It would just be like running it on, for instance, Striker. You can run, for instance, yeah, even Pesty on Striker, and with there, though, you would want to take Sacrifice plus Gift, especially, or Obliterate. But you basically don't want to take the Striker backpack if you're maining the Pesty on the Striker. But also, that's more like, it's a good gear set, and then Pesty like is just an okay weapon. Whereas, for instance, on Coco, Pesty becomes actually really a pick because it feeds into weapon damage, which is what the stats that Pesty feeds off of. But Tipping Skill feeds into crit damage, and yeah, same kind of outcome. You can use it there, but there are other better weapons to use there. Just a high end, or things like even Blue Screen, for instance, actually works out pretty well for there. I don't mind the Blue Screen at all for tipping. Well, mostly high end, just high end with a good talent. Just returned. What's the most effective way to get overdogs? Overall, it's best to do retaliations. They're in the loot pools. Retaliation is a game mode where you make the enemies angry, and then you can go and
Press space to start.
They'll attack a zone, and you basically go and defend that zone, basically. Well, you just take over the control points. In that mode, you can also get the blueprint for them. And also in that mode, you can set your targeted to gloves. So you might get it while you're farming it, just going through and farming it. But also if you do hyena specifically, especially, well, they can drop the blue, or they can, upon completion, you might get the blueprint for the overdogs. There's like 5 blueprints in there. You get basically a 50-50 on blueprints. So, why am I cycling it? Yeah, basically a 50-50 on getting a blueprint. I think it's like a pool of 5 or 6 maybe for hyenas. So, but that way, at least on a, like, if you don't get it as a drop, because you might get it just as a drop, you can set your target to gloves. If you don't get it as a drop on a long enough timeline, you'll get the blueprint, and then you can craft it. So. And either okay. We get around. Actually, I mean, we might see, whatever next stretch goal event still be 8% and then have the Ravenous in there. I'm going to bet that I'm not going to bet. But if I were a betting man, I would be willing to bet that in the future they're likely going to put Bighorn and Ravenous in a future one of these, and then just like, kind of cycle which ones are available, so that when people kind of cycle through, they'll be like, okay, this, you'll have to kind of do like 2 or 3 events to get all of those kind of items. Just from a game perspective, that makes kind of sense. And either key. Yeah, so we have these basically ready. Actually, there's also, I just need to double check them in the game. But this is also all I need to, especially we need to figure out what the hell was happening here with the skills with refactor, because it's not adding up the way I have it there. Likely I had 1 blue core too many or something when I made the build picture and then didn't realize, or something else happened. and then backfire. And this is the thing with people going like backfire is like, I mean, even somebody else was going like backfire is even better than that one season when backfire was good, which was season 1 this year. No. The thing that made backfire good in that was not even the hazard protection, because we had about the same hazard protection, but we also had 10% crit chance, and that makes a difference. And we had active that pulled you to 100% crit chance, and that made a difference. 40% hazard protection does not make a good backfire. I mean, the thing is, the backfire build was never bad, so it's fine. But yeah, like people jumping on the backfire as if it's like that season, no. Because in that season it was pretty good. Like backfire and negotiator were the big winners of that season. Because we had more crit chance. But this is like this 10% is not it. Okay, so yeah, we have that at the ready. You know what? While we're waiting, because yeah, I'll whenever if we get in the game, we'll double check those. Although I'm just gonna go play, but in between streams, because I'm definitely going to do an afternoon and evening. In between streams, I'll colorize that one, and then also in the evening we'll record the modifier. We can use the Hunter Killer and Matador together. I mean, you could if you wanted to, really. The thing is, though, that so yeah, if we're talking PvE, because yeah, for instance, Matador is kind of useful in PvP, but in PvE side of things, it really isn't per se. And whatever weapon you're using, you could use a normal weapon with or a normal backpack, or just that Sokolov backpack or Badger Tough backpack, like, and that will be 10% instead of the 5% from there. Because that extra bonus armor, like in PvP sense and stuff, can make a difference if you're rocking and if you're going maybe PFE, it can make a difference. But and then beyond that, the Hunter Killer, so perfect intimidate, just because of that stat that it has. You wouldn't want to use it just as a 1-piece, but you can use a 2-piece if you're going with regen. One of the PFEs that I have, I'm actually considering, and we might do that, but we'll do it later in the season, because first I want to update the build collection fully and stuff. But I'm thinking of, for instance, with this one, this is going to likely become a 2-piece Golem with the Hunter Killer, and then likely Bellstone, yeah. So 2-piece Golem for 1.5% regen, Bellstone for 1% regen, 2.5% regen combined. Mostly because while I don't mind this setup, I wouldn't mind it to be something else either. I kind of like the Ridgeway, but this, quite often when I want to pull this out, I go like, oh yeah, this isn't going to work against, like, let's say Warhounds and stuff, because yeah, they don't bleed. So yeah. The thing is, with Hunter Killer, yeah, you really need it to be for a regen build. Otherwise, you're better off with just normal Intimidate. Normal Intimidate with damage brand set with Cheska is effectively more than perfect Intimidate if you're not doing something with that, with the brand bonus. Difference from last Chatterbacks and regular Chatterbacks. Oh, you mean from the crafted ones? No. The last oh wait, is that one of the April Fool items? I didn't get them with April Fools and stuff. Or because yeah, there's like the blueprint for it that has a name. Is that the Lost Chatterbacks? I don't remember. in the crafting table, but that crafts a chatterbox.
Press space to start.
But then I'm not sure if there was
Press
a...
escape to quit.
Did the chatterbox have a April Fool's item? I don't remember. Because I think actually not. I feel I would remember. But also, I might not. So, maybe somebody else can butt in. Because I think the Lost Chatterbox is just the blueprint name for it, right? But that's just that. That's just the blueprint name. Yeah, let's actually, while we're at it, we can already, for instance here, fix up some of the recommended lists, because yeah, we definitely did a number on some of the stuff here. So this is Obliterate Coyote AR. This is Ugly Tinkerer AR. This is Ugly Tinkerer thingy. And this is Overdogs now. Overdogs AR. And this goes to the top. Yeah, we'll go Overdogs, Coyote, Tinkerer, because Tinkerer is also the hardest item to get here. And also kind of has a different setup. So Overdogs, and then Tinkerer LMG. Yeah. So tipping skills LMG. Negotiator's Dilemma Coyote. Negotiator's Dilemma Tinkerer. This is no longer Coyote, this is Overdogs. Hunter's Fury SMG. Hunter's Fury Shotgun. The Directive is ongoing. And Umbra's Initiative. And then we're going to add Coco to this. Because Coco definitely deserves to be here. Why error? What? Are you erroring out? What? Okay. Are you okay? Concentrated company AR, or well, just Obli. Or we do concentrated company Overdogs. Yeah, so Overdogs. Okay. Yeah. Let us in. Go away, Mike. Did they say anything? No, not yet at least. Because yeah, 1 more minute. Let's see if they make it. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. Fully. So just lost chatterbox. Oh yeah, so that's the blueprint name. Yeah, I just crafts the chatterbox. The blueprints have like a name to them. I also kind of forget that they exist because it's also kind of like Kendra's Liberty and stuff, but it just crafts a Liberty. Game still under maintenance? Yes. They extended it by an hour, which ends now. Well, actually, no. Ended like 2 minutes ago, actually. That clock is behind. But yeah, as we can see, it's still going. So this was not April Fool's. Okay, there was no April Fool's version of it. Yeah. Silent box. I feel they could totally make, yeah, there's obvious ones there, like just silent box or yeah, silent cube. Today's gonna have an update. They don't. We usually don't get updates much at all. Usually there's like months in between them, even, or a month. But yeah, they had to maintain. They had to do some maintenance. Apparently, important enough that it had to happen on a Friday. Krampus, right when. Once we're in, you can get it. Because yeah, it is available, or it was available already. I'm curious to see if maybe some stuff got fixed or if it was just some stability things. I didn't run into much of server instability, but I also saw some other people. I saw some PlayStation people like desyncing and stuff a few times. I was watching Lil a few days ago. So and he desynced and delted. So you get yeah. Oh, is it up? Likely it is. Maybe not this region yet. Wait, another 2 hours. Okay. Oh, did they? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a message. Maintenance has been completed on Xbox and PC, and the servers are now open. Are they? Mic begs to differ. Although likely they're spooling up now. PlayStation servers remain closed with the maintenance extended by 2 hours. Okay. I wonder if it was done for that or something like, yeah, there was these things happening maybe for PlayStation or something. Or maybe it's because of the aliens and, you know, it's to destabilize Sony's stock price. Yeah. Too bad it's not just PC. We could just kind of gone like, you know, it's because of the PC master race. Can't even say it with a straight face, that term. But yeah, for the servers being up, I'm guessing they're coming out of maintenance likely pretty soon after that message, but no, maybe actually we should restart the game. Maybe they push that another like small file or something. Wouldn't be the first time. Let's press quit to quit. And then we'll load back in. Of course, I don't get the keys. For some reason, yeah. But yeah, it's interesting that it's, you know, one system left behind. For some reason. Yeah. But hopefully, hopefully we can get in. I like to go play around. We'll double check our numbers in the evening, and then we'll record in the evening. Jolted everything. Yeah. The source of again. Yeah, likely here. Yeah. No restart likely wasn't even needed, but I don't mind restarting actually there. Just to not have issues coming in. Oh, yeah, let's just load in up on here. Oh, and thank you so much. Well, I call you Kyle Schultz because you're specifically not Kyle Schultz. So I'll go with Jimmy. You didn't say you're not Jimmy, so. But yeah, thank you so much for subscribing there, as always. Much appreciated. We'll be sure to, although this one was one of the free ones, but we'll be sure to waste it on some silly apparel. Speaking of silly apparel, did they maybe change anything here? No. Or was this already here? This was already here, right? The Corporate Reaper. Indeed, the servers are indeed back up. Let me get your more. Yeah, we're gonna still get what should go for. Yeah, I think already a few people said Kantan. Yeah, especially Kantan as well. You can get carried pretty easily. It's kind of the nice thing of it. Match make for challenging, and yeah, you'll be fine. Wait, are you like not fully leveled up? Because yeah, before, I'm guessing you mean SHT level 40 there, right? Thing is, SHT level is kind of ongoing because if you have access to Summit, you already are 40. You don't get access to Summit before that. Oh, indeed. Yeah. 2 more hours for the PlayStation peeps. No, I think they mean SHT level 36. Because they wouldn't see any of those options otherwise. Unless you mean like actual level, because that's always confusing. There's an actual level. Up to 40, you basically just do the campaign, go through the storyline and stuff. You'll level up all the way to actual 40, and then you'll get your SHT level, and then you go. Okay, you're an actual level. Okay, then yeah, you won't have access to Kantan and such. Yeah, but also you don't per se need to gear or consider gear too much because you'll reach level 40. You'll still quickly out level gear. Like if you go out and try to get a certain gear and stuff now, by level 38, you might as well replace it. So get to actual level 40 first, get your watch. Once you're in SHG levels, that's when the end game starts. And then you farm. Because at level 40, yeah, all the gear is the same. So whatever you get at that point, you'll keep for, there won't be more levels. Yeah. Oh, actually, oh well, we can stick a backfire on here. So there's one thing I wanted to check because I'm otherwise not going to have my brain at all because this is going to be at the back of my brain otherwise the whole time. Backfire. Oh, is that actually? optimized. Okay, it's a card. Even better. Yeah, annoying thing is with the extension and stuff as well, I actually basically only have like half an hour, 40 minutes before I have to go and do some stuff. So we'll likely just go for a little bit longer and then we'll go raid out. And then I'll be back in the evening. Oh, so how does this land? Way over, right? Because we can do all of that, and this still lands 58, right? 58, yeah. So 132 plus 36. Yeah, okay, 168. Nice. Okay. So I did have that. Yay! We had it right to begin with. Okay. And the other ones we've derived from the build, so I'll double check all of the actual numbers against the game in between, likely later on when I'm eating. We'll just fix that up. But anyway, let's go actually play the game a little bit. Why cannot? How many keys do I have? Oh, waited until I have 30 keys to donate. For donating. You know what? Let's go be assaulted by a Krampus. By a walking Krampus. Aww. These two were inversed. Oh, or if these two were inversed. This was skill mods or gear mods. Aww. 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 Yeah. Interestingly, I do need OD. That's the last thing I need, right? OD crit chance holster. Yeah, because we got the striker PFE pieces that I still haven't put on the character. We got that Redify chest. Yeah. Are those PFE pieces still in here? Yes. Doesn't need to go out of there. Yeah, let's go get assaulted by Krampuslauf in the skill mod zone. Might as well. It doesn't happen every single day, Kevin. Like, I know it's, you know, it's on vogue to bitch, but also, yeah, nobody likes, like, everybody is, yeah, always sad if the game goes down, but it's also as a necessity, but also, like, yeah, it isn't every single because there are games where it is every single day, but also then they have much more. Oh, that's with the rushers.
Agent incapacitated. Hostile broadcast detected.
Agent, we need you to stabilize West Potomac Park.
Remove this guy here. There we go. Made that a lot more messy than it needed to be, but it's at least we did some dodging. Dodging. Oh, let me get over here. Yeah, if you're on PlayStation, it's extended by another 2 hours, which, yeah, sucks. But oh, that guy, I didn't kill him, so I think it is good. That's the downside of the rushers, actually. If you don't actually murder them. I got an extra bounty out of it. Actually, you know what? Seeing as I need OD, let's go do a Krampus. A Krampus puss. Krampus in the hoose. Let me catch up actually fully. Oh, that's the part of no. Not too surprising either. The show was on. Indeed. The real Krampus was the, well, enemies we made along the way, actually. The real Krampus was the god rolls we accidentally deconstructed along the way. Yeah. I ask myself that same thing indeed. I can understand the frustration, but also, like, always be cognizant of how you express your frustration, because, you know, nobody, like, everybody's always like, yeah, you know, nobody likes it when the game is down, but it's a thing that needs to happen sometimes. I know sometimes it takes longer to come back up, and that's just the reality of it. And honestly, like, the bitching about it sometimes is more annoying than the actual downtime. Yeah. I mean, yeah, gotta get your fix. You guys have some more of those caches? Some more keys? Keys? Will work for keys. just want some, just a few more keys. Just a few. Just grind them up and just inject it. Just ready. Although, well, I mean, we all have withdrawal symptoms sometimes. As somebody who used to, yeah, smoke for like 17 years, I totally get the feeling. Don't worry. But yeah. There's also, oh no, you just wait there. Yeah. Well, in their case, they were actually not level 40 yet, so they won't have access to it yet. Because they do need to be level 40 for Kanta, Summit, all those things. What did this guy was good to aggro by? I don't know, I haven't actually done many of these yet. Just gonna do one here now because I need actually OD holster, so actually I'm totally fine with these guys being here. For the OD tech tank, I need a crit chance one. I'm running the wrong build for this with glass. Aren't I? This is maybe not gonna per se end well. Oh no, I thought they were fighting each other. What actually happens if, although Underground is actually no, they're not friendly with outcasts and stuff, right?
Serious trauma detected.
There it is.
Agent down.
Whoop, there it is. Which is the knife. The poisoned knife. Just in case I need another attribute, some weapon that I really need to just keep one. I'm good. A lot of weapons and stuff, actually, yes. But it really depends as well, because some weapons, you know, you might gel well with it, or you want to play around with it. One thing you could definitely do is, once you have played for a bit more, and especially have done a bunch of retaliations, you'll have the blueprints for a bunch of stuff. And once you have the blueprint, you could definitely get it down to at least one. It is handy to have at least like one of each weapon, then you can at least like play around with it if you fancy it. Kind of depends on the mindset as well, of course. If you just want to always be, you know, some people always want to be at the best of the game. Some people want to experiment. It really depends on that. Zero on the keys, nice. All the caches. Oh, sure. And thank you so much, Montana. And yeah, more to come as well. This evening we'll record in-depth look into the. Although I'm kind of considering just making it. Although no, we need an in-depth look first because this is too much numbers for an only tips. Because with the last few seasons with the modifiers and stuff, I've done an in-depth look and then only tips. Likely I'll do the same here because yeah, there's actually a bunch we can talk about still here that we can then cut out in the only tips basically. That for 1 week, living the world doesn't know your connected. Okay. Which one is DJT? DGT? Because my mind just went like Donald J. Trump. Like, wait, the president? He said it? Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Oh, yeah, he would know. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you want to meet the VIP, everybody's like, you know, we'll send you there quicker. And how about that? Yeah, interesting. The thing is, the timer on it was a week, so I was kind of like, are they going to extend it and stuff? Because on the other ones, yeah, it was just, or on other projects, if they're going 2 weeks or something, usually the full timer is that. It's like, indeed, OD, which isn't per se that great in general, but specifically in my case, just because I need the OD piece, might as well just do bang one of these out. Mostly as well, I like to have another like 20 minutes before I have to go. But we got a bunch done. I got a photo set in and don't phase me, bro. Don't knife me either. Bestie taking care of shit. Oh, that worked out actually with the accidental waiting there. Should have grabbed that crate at Bestie. But also I should have come in here with, although I wouldn't be charged up, so it wouldn't be great. So maybe this is fine. But the Tempest tech tank would have likely been.
That's your target.
Away. I need it specifically also to be a holster, so. And crit chance as well, because I need to record it. Yeah, that, but then with crit chance. Yeah, I need a Ronald. Treasure is still getting my yeah. So PlayStation is another 2-hour extension is what they said there. So Xbox and PlayStation are up, but Xbox and PC are up. PlayStation needed some more tender loving care. So this is just one version. Yeah. Several weapons are that. But you still may want to just, yeah, hang around just to play around with them. Because at least Merciless and Ruthless are still kind of usable. Something like Overlord, not so much. The shotgun. Something like Sacrum is also pretty, like, not something you per se want to use over. What's my plan of attack here for Krampus? Just kill him? He's not CC immune, right? Or maybe he is. Well, I should just grab a I should have grabbed the decoy. That would have been the actual answer. Ah, my bestie stack died on that guy.
Agent, target spotted.
I mean, target. Yeah. Wait, what? Spawn something else here? It's only the standing wave here, right? Ow.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Ow.
Agent out of action.
Yeah.
Agent vital
Wow, that
signs
bleed is
zero.
hefty. But that's fine. Let's actually grab something else to go. That guy's mean. Well, I should have just taken a decoy. That would have bought me enough time there. Or turret, actually. Someone was saying turret was one.
I did not join up for this.
Yeah, if you're on PlayStation, Jamal, yeah. Yeah. Then PlayStation is not up. They extended that by 2 hours, so.
Hostile control point detected.
Which kind of sucks because I would think also PlayStation is likely the biggest, right? Of the systems. Umbra Wildfire. Let's just take a hand. Let's just take this. We'll take a Tempest setup.
Why the fuck am I on guard duty?
So I should go capture this control point. And I didn't kill Krampus there, so he'll still be there. Let's capture this control point. That'll be handy for that. And then also, I can charge up my memento while doing so. Yeah, let me first come up here, though. That's going to zoom out for the rest one. It's just 2 hours extension. I know it sucks, but also, yeah. There's also, you know.
Bored as hell.
It's not like they deleted PlayStation, like, or put tariffs on it. It's a little delayed.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Drop your motherfucker! There! Time for a fucking throw!
It'll be up before you know it. The guy just standing out there is a dick.
I'll watch over you.
There's the reason I can't push in here.
Some armor repair. I'm done on my sight. Come on, let's move it under.
At least my shield is stronger than your shield. So.
Detected. In location. Guarded by
Oh, I have the Intimidate version. Let's run it as the Intimidate version. Why not?
You're okay.
Oh, that's why not, because I want to be aggressive with it.
heavily armored hostile detected. Serious trauma detected.
Here's the names. Aw. Don't you dare, lady. Don't do it.
Agent killed.
Sent it into the corner. What a beach. That's fine though. At least there's some mementos there. Also, yeah. I forgot to do this. So I'm like, why is this so weak? Also, yeah, I have a modifier on. Might as well take both of those things. Yeah, to go indeed. Thermite machine? Yeah.
This is worse than my old job.
Okay. Let me update. The vent fender? Yeah. Did they do any of, I mean, no, they didn't, right? Like, this is, I don't think they did anything. Like that, like, yeah, they likely solved something server related, but I don't think they changed anything else. But yeah, that scene and stuff, yeah, that needs to be quite different.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
The difference having the right talent on makes. And the modifier.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah, these guys still hit hard. Actually, the perk I like the most is just the... Yeah, there's a second one. The... If my ally shoots an enemy, it gets pulsed.
Location guarded by hostiles.
Ends up just pulsing a bunch of stuff. Let me go over here. I'm just going to move to Krampus. I haven't tried it yet, and I'm not likely to either. Logan does yet, yeah. I wouldn't imagine so unless he's like weirdly programmed. You should have a hit and you should have a damage to bleed. Because this bleed is definitely also not like super strong or anything. It just lasts a long time. Winter key, anyone knows? So that's been going for a while already. The Krampus things, the Krampuses spawn. You can murder them. You might get a bounty. You might get keys from them, and then from there, if you get a bounty, you can also go do the bounty. That can give you more keys. The buying is only for the apparel, but also don't, yeah. That's not the way to explain that. Like, yeah, there is indeed a way to, it's like with season levels as well. There's a way to buy them. You never should. Like, there's never a reason. And the very barrel cache, and that as well, yeah. Comes to the maintenance, it's likely more server side stuff. Unless they specify, we won't know. Fix fragile armor, that's not a thing that is going to happen with a random maintenance on a Friday. Fragile armor, I would expect either is going to just randomly get fixed at some point with a big patch of a season, or it's never going to get fixed. And even then, the fragile armor is still like the easiest armor directive to deal with, even when it breaks. But yeah, just at this point, consider fragile armor like that. They should just change the text on it. That would be easier. Change the text on it to say, once in a while, due to Krampus, it will be permanent armor breaks. Just...
My vitamins.
I don't know what the first one comes to maintenance. Yeah, we often don't. So. That's not a reality. And how long? It's always been broken. That the thing is though that so basically the issue is likely replication and like finding exactly how it's implemented. Because if you could tell me right now when it's break, what causes it to break? Because if you can say that, that's already more than most people. Because sometimes it breaks when you're swapping builds, but not always. Sometimes it breaks when you're joining someone, but not always. Sometimes it breaks when you die, but not always. Those are always the worst bugs. And honestly, at this point, it's easier just to accept that that's the reality of it. The bitching about fragile armor is honestly, to me, much more annoying than fragile armor breaking ever has been. Because also when it breaks, the fixes are well known. You either go to a safe house or you down yourself. If you're in group setting, you can just down yourself and get picked up. You don't even need to use up your hive because you can just toss the hive away and down yourself and get picked up again if it's in group setting. Solo, you can go to a safe house. Or just take off, or like most of the time I just take, you know, I'll just gotta catch them all and that'll be fine enough. Any dudes. So yeah, so Nick, the PlayStation servers are going to be down for another hour and a half. At least that's the estimate. Hopefully not even longer than that. But yeah, PC and Xbox went up, but they didn't get PlayStation up yet. This doesn't know these, oh please. So mostly the passives are basically inconsequential. The only one that kind of adds a little bit of damage is this one when you accidentally spay. Like for the rest of it, it really doesn't matter. I take this pulsed one. I take this active ability skill cooldown. This can be kind of powerful with like hive and stuff. But honestly, what you can do as well is just turn the guy off, and you get this passive. Actually, I'm going to change him for the. Let's change him for the assault. But yeah, if you actually, you can basically just disable this by just unequipping it, and then you get the passives here. And then if you don't have the companion out, these are doubled. For these, you need to recruit a bunch of them, but you can also jump around safe houses and recruit that. You can kind of cheese it that way. Still done, yeah. I think new in the store. No, I believe no. This isn't like that basically. Krampuslauf. So yeah, this is the Krampuslauf thing. These just spawn at random. They're on a 10-minute timer. You can jump around between characters if you have multiples. But they'll spawn, you'll kill them, you might get bounties. The bounties go basically here, where I'm going, and I'm going to do a bounty in a second. The other ones may be worth using, but the thing is I don't end up using that much. Is the things to make the command link go faster, and then you can like get the healing box and stuff. Likely here, actually, the healing box would also be decent because it would prevent the bleed.
New targets. Go around the shield. Talk now!
Krampus guy first. Still have the masks still.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And you can also, if you're just interested in the keys, you can do it all on normal. It can also be good for loot on heroic, but if you're just interested in the keys, you can just do it all on normal difficulty. Farm the bounties on normal, then they'll be normal difficulty, and then go do them on normal. And the enemies will be a lot easier to murder.
Access key detected.
But extended twice, and was also extended by 2 hours. Only for PlayStation it was extended by 2 hours, but yeah. So if you're on PlayStation, it's still done. It'll be another hour and a half. If they hit their... If they hit that time. Not a given either. Oh, I actually haven't. Oh, I should be outside of it. Yeah, let's go do one Krampus here, and then we'll...
Target is near you, Agent.
So, no, the extension by 2 hours is on top of a 1 hour one, so it's an hour and a half. Or hour 12 minutes, or... Well, I should... Wait, no. Or an hour 17 minutes. Because when the PC ones went up and the Xbox ones went up, that's when they extended by another 2 hours. That was already extended by an hour. And seeing as we're up for, or like, yeah, half an hour, 45 minutes, it's another hour 15. It's actually not completely ineffective. That rocket launcher. They definitely made the radius on it a lot larger. But that was with Tuesday's patch already. Here it's actually really handy if you don't do an extra shot, you don't aggro everything upstairs. So I was trying to get it to exactly be the amount of shots I needed it to be, but it didn't work out. So now they're pissed off at me already. Aw. I need that, but then crit chance. Ah, seeing as they're mad at me already, might as well. Is up earlier was when it did the night keys. Is Xbox still is it not done yet there? I would think Xbox is likely the smallest community of the three. Because yeah, I would consider likely PlayStation is likely the biggest, and then PC, and then Xbox. Just guesstimation wise.
Kill that fucker.
Well, that's a perfect. That's effectively a full house. You got all of them from all of them. I'm gonna actually drag some of them here.
Get away from me! What the hell?
Same principle. Oh, there we go. Same principle as always. If we can't make it 1 versus 1s, then we do. Not done. There's no need for that. At least these guys don't have med packs and stuff. Or any form of healing or regen.
Where's he hiding?
Right there.
that
I mean,
shot.
it's much slower for these fights, but this will be handier against Krampus.
That's the target, Agent.
And I got my holster as well. Let's see if we get maybe a better one even. Oh, I mean, that's still that, you know, extrapolation from that for 3 weeks of time that is available. I think you guys will make it. Unless they extend the maintenance by a week. Or, well, 2 weeks. Yeah. But actually, well, that's well. The Xbox is already up. Resident Evil just for equalizer. No, so on this one, this is the high end. This is not the striker one. On the striker one, the DNH chest is better than equalizer. On this one, because we have DNH already, this wasn't normally has a chest chest in it. The high end, this one. Although here, definitely the striker would be better, but I want it to be on this character, so this is what we have. It's also here actually Heartbreak Attack Tank would be, I would think, the one I would pick. I think the drop rates were intended for winter events. I think if it wasn't, they would have changed it now. I think this is their. I think that maybe I have overestimated how much of a difference going from 5 to 8% was, especially on like having a ton of caches. But I think they're now basically this is the time of them going like, okay, we tested the waters of like what the backlash would be if we put them in the caches. There was a backlash. It was light. It was fine. Now they're basically going, okay, it's available. Yeah, get your Oreos, get your Reguluses. Get your Oreos, get your Reguluses. Get your Eagle Bearers. Step right up, step right up. Yeah. It's basically... I feel that's kind of the thing here. And I think likely in the future they'll do the same with Bighorn and Ravenous and likely rotate them in such ways that it's basically, you know, once in a while it's this one, once in a while it's that one. So you have to it's multiple events to kind of get, you know, all of them. Is my guess. But hashtag not in charge. Can I show a picture of your build? Well, actually, I can show exactly that indeed. Although, well, this is the upgraded one. Well, you're better off looking at this one then. But yeah, 3 Imminence Armaments, DNH, and Imminence not Imminence Armors, Unit Alloy here. There's a striker version of this one. I'll link to the recommended here. These are under the Tempest tech tanks. Although this one hasn't been updated in there. Will this work? Yeah, what happened to Nightbot? Nightbot is just drunk? Oh no, there it goes. Sorry, Nightbot. I accused you too early. Just took a second there for it to catch up. But these are in there because there's a striker variant of this. I would much rather be on that. That's not on this character. So I've just grabbed something that is kind of that I can survive Mr. Krampus in the house a little like easily. Although the answer to this is, well, do it in a group, matchmake for this. That's much easier. It's going to inherently be much easier. It doesn't scale the numbers, it only scales the health. And it's kind of like with Legendary. It only scales the health and armor of the enemies, but not the numbers. So, you know, 1 versus 8 is much harder than, you know. Also, why is it so dark in here? Okay. It'll take a bit. But I have infinite ammo. This guy does not have infinite armor.
That's your target.
So what is this call out? What is it calling out the thing again? So yeah, one of us is going to... Oh, he has a hole somewhere.
Should have stayed away.
Where's this hole?
Whoa, Jesus.
Because I was dealing health damage there already. I mean, now I've broken his chest. But earlier I was dealing health damage already. Before breaking anything. Ah, damn it. The wall is always very annoying. Because yeah, if I'm shooting into the shield, I'm shooting into the shield.
Target down. Good job.
Slow and steady wins the boredom. And one of the things you can do for keys and stuff as well, and people have already. There's a lot of ways of doing things here that can, you know, make one bounty last longer or it last forever. Because, for instance, if I started on this character and I swap character and we're in a group setting, I start the bounty here, the bounty will be there. I can swap character, it will not eat the bounty then. I can just do the bounty with the other character. And then we can come back in, you know, and then swap back. And once we finish it, it wouldn't eat the bounty. Here's well, you can just do the first few waves, get out of here, die to something. It will not lose you the bounty. The bounty doesn't get eaten until it's complete. So
Damn it.
there's a lot of stuff you can do here.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
But yeah, we'll complete that one there. I was partially here because I wanted some OD pieces, and I got the piece I was looking for, even twice. So, what are your stats? Thing will likely be that was also longer than 10 minutes, so likely when we exit the building here, we'll have another... Where's this loot? Up there. We'll have another Krampus Lauf. We might get more bounties. Also, yeah, do it in a group. One person basically just kites Krampus, or hell, if you have something tanky like this, you can tank him. Keep him busy, they everybody kill the rest. And it's pretty easy. Oh, yeah, let's catch up actually here for a second. What's a great rule for Ouroboros SMG? Ouroboros is basically just an SMG, so it fits in basically, you know, you could stick it in Striker, you could stick it in Hunter's Fury. It doesn't need like a special build, it's just a hard-hitting SMG. Is that right, I have a name? The US, it's, yeah. Oh yeah, but you got what you were after, right? So. Oh, but the... Oh, except for the legal bear. Okay, yeah. It's day. Although so you're saying 4 weeks, but I think it's like one more extra week to spend your keys. That's basically at 3 weeks total, but you still have 2 weeks basically. There's time. There's time. Right. Yeah, tough tempers, yeah. Although actually here, if I had the Striker one on this character, that would have been a lot easier. Likely if we get outside here, we'll get a Krampus Laugh right away. Because we took our sweet time with that bounty. Oh no, not. Let's take it back to base. I need to actually run that, but yeah, let's actually spawn one last Krampus in. We can do that because I have like 5 more minutes before I have to go. What I can do already is actually let's put these in the stash.
If I see any hostiles, I run.
What was that voice line?
Agent, good to be seeing you.
We'll keep that one. We just need one. Oh. Let's not accidentally... How did that get unfavorited? That's my LMG. So that was this one. Only bad. Also, never mind. The other one. So she got to character 2. Let's see one Krampus. Or Krampus Lauf. Because the one thing you can do is jump around between characters and just keep spawning them as well in out in the open world. Order drop rates and yeah. I can kind of understand the thinking, but also if they wanted to do that, I guess they've done dumb stuff sometimes, but they would say it outright. They would say, like, we're going to change the drop rates. But also they wouldn't anymore nowadays, because the thing they would usually do with that, if it's their mess up, they would just keep it going, basically, with that and go like, okay, it's our bad or something. But actually, I think they're just good with it. I think this is the intent. I need the facts. Look what you come in here and just... Yeah, earlier it wasn't working, so... Which is weird, because usually I have more issues with the bot on the YouTube side, which is Botrix. That usually breaks a lot more consistently than... Nightbot is usually like very consistent, but also much more simpler, because for instance, Botrix is also doing like the on-screen chat and stuff. Also, yeah, I've made that a little bit smaller, the text and such, just so more text fits on the screen there. And I'll be curious, yeah, if anybody has opinions, feel free to share them. If you're like, I can't read it anymore, because my concern is like, okay, maybe on mobile or something it'll be harder to read, which I mean, likely it is. But also I fixed the shadowing, which was an annoyance. Because I wasn't shadowing correctly. But that was my bad. Also, yeah, I went here. I shouldn't have come here. One of the things with the Krampus Lauf as well, you should just go somewhere where the targeted is good, and you know, might as well get. Because yeah, they're all named. They'll all drop a targeted. So might as well make it something worthwhile. Should have gone. There's a skill mod zone and a and a gear mod zone. All right. Started World War III. You know what? Yeah, me, Krampus. Man. Us against the world. Don't shoot at me. No, shoot at them. Oh, yeah, you were. See, we can work together. It's a Christmas miracle. You take that one, I'll take that one. Krampus man, you're our man. If you can't do it, no one can. Yay! Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. No, not me. Not that him. Okay, you're out of enemies again. There can be only one. Yeah. What I get for eating some tiramisu. This is like 1% alcohol, actually. I'm drunk already. But yeah, we do have to round it out. We'll go and raid somewhere on the Twitch end, of course. And then I'll be back in the evening to record the in-depth look into the modifier and also just run around and play around. And then, yeah, tomorrow I'll be away for the whole day, so that's also why I want to record this evening, and then tomorrow I'll stitch that together and in the background get it uploaded for Saturday. And then Saturday we'll have that video up. Let me just double check. Yeah, so also likely while I'm eating and stuff later on, fix up some of the pieces. And also, yeah, we'll work on the build collection as well a little bit. Data Jack. I don't care from some of these last ones. For the orbiters, it depends. It's just an SMG, so sticking it on Striker, sticking it on Hunter's Fury. Both of those can be pretty good places, but it's basically just an SMG, so stick it where SMGs kind of go. I'll link to the recommended, even though it's like not too far up in the chat, but I would say, yeah, especially Hunter's Fury is for if you're using it solo. Hunter's Fury is a great set for solo play, and so is the Ouroboros kind of works well enough. Keep in mind that Ouroboros nowadays, the thing is also solo, yeah, the kind of is outclassed a little bit by tac vectors with Killer and stuff. Some of the talents, like Killer and Measured, kind of got buffs around the same time that the Ouroboros got a nerf, and yeah, they kind of surpassed it. But the consistency of the Oreo is still kind of good. Yeah. But yeah, so I would say if you just want to mess around with it, Hunter's Fury is a good one. But you can also just stick it in Striker. You could stick it in Coco technically. Thing is, it's a little bit shorter range. Like Coco, you would want to be like mid-rangey, so it could go into Umbra would be a bit much because you're already adding to the RPM even more so. Yeah. Although the thing is, like, yeah, it doesn't need the Hasbro, so you might as well just go full Striker at that point. But yeah, it's a pretty fast stacker is its trait as well, so it can get Striker up pretty quick. Change raid? No, they haven't. Those kind of things are very visible to us, and even before the servers went up, the patch they already deployed. Yeah, there was no changes there. But yeah, RNG will RNG. So. But yeah, they have specifically not changed anything there. Yeah, let's go on the Twitch and find somebody for us to raid. Oh yeah, we kind of. There is one name we'll definitely go for here, of course. Oh, they'll likely be going for a bit. It's actually annoying. One of the things I was thinking is maybe joining Toasty and crew for a raid or two. Or well, a raid, signing up for carry. But yeah, actually, yeah, I have to work, so. Or I have to do some work stuff, which can't be done other times, so. But we'll go, of course, raid Toasty, and then yeah, I'll be back in the evening. That's going to be likely around 8-ish. I'll start, which is 3.5 hours from now. So I'll go do some work stuff, eat, rest, chill, and then I'll be back in a little bit. Let me catch up on some of the last ones that we send before we send everybody off on the Twitch end. I know you YouTube people, I can't do anything against you guys. You'll just have to find your own way to the next place. I just keep opening hashes. Yeah. Also, as well, it's like the 4th day of the event, so we have some time to go. And yes, Jar, the PlayStation is down. It's another hour, right? Yeah. The estimate was another hour. I don't know if they've updated it. No, they haven't updated it yet. Because Xbox on PC went up, but they extended it for PlayStation for another 2 hours, but that's an hour ago, so 1 hour remaining. Yeah, I'm gonna send everybody off. Thank you all for joining me. I'll be back in the evening, and as always, have a good night. No, have a good day. Except if it's night, then have a good night. But it's day, so have a good day.